1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. CMH OCR RMR CRR FCRR 1006. United States District Court, Eastern District of New York. Ex-United States of America, 19 CR 286, AMD, Plaintiff, United States Courthouse against Brooklyn, New York. Robert Sylvester Kelly, August 24, 2021. Defendant, 9:30 a.m. X. Redacted transcript of trial before the Honorable ANNM Donnelly, United States District Judge, and a jury. Appearances. For the government, Jacqueline M. Cassilis, Acting United States Attorney. B.Y. Elizabeth Geddes. Nadia Shahada. Maria E. Cruz Melendez, Assistant United States Attorneys. 271. Cadman Plaza, East Brooklyn, New York. For the defendant, Devereaux L. Canick, ESQ. Nicole Blank Becker, ESQ. Thomas Farinella, ESQ. Calvin Harold Scholar, ESQ. Court Reporter, Charlene M. Heading 225, Cadman Plaza, East Brooklyn, New York. 718-613-2643. Proceedings recorded by mechanical stenography. Transcript produced by computer-aided transcription. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. CMH OCR RMR CRR FCRR 1007. In open court, outside the presence of the jury. The court, so I just want to make sure. Does the defense, do you guys have binders of the exhibits? Yes. Americanic, we printed them. The court, right. But did you, I mean you provided me with these binders. Does the defense have that? Americanic, no, we don't have that binder. We generally get it in most trials, but we don't have it. The court, I just want to make sure that you have the exhibits for the particular witness so we don't have to take a pause. Do you have the exhibits for this witness? M.S. Geddes, last night, I advised the defense counsel. I advised Mr. I'm sorry. The court, that's all right. M.S. Geddes, last night, I advised Mr. Farinella of the particular exhibits that I was using with this witness, so they do have they know the particular exhibits that we're going to use, and they have electronic copies of everything, and I think there's only 4 or 5 exhibits. The court, all right. M.S. Geddes, and, of course, we gave the defense electronic copies of every single exhibit that we are using in this trial. The court, well, I take it it's the 3,500 material and the discovery as well? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. CMH OCR RMR CRR FCRR 1008. M.S. Geddes, and it's also provided in discovery. The court, all right. M.S. Geddes, Your Honor, May we approach briefly whenever you're ready? The court, sure. Continued on next page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sealed by order of the court. CMH OCR RMR CRR FCRR 1009. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sealed by order of the court. 011. Sealed by order. For 25. 25. Sealed by order of the court. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Redacted transcript of trial before the Honorable. Appearances. For the government. CMH OCR RMR CRR FCRR. CMH OCR RMR CRR FCRR 1008. MS Geddes, and it's also provided in Discovery. 1008. 1008. MS Geddes, and it's also provided in Discovery. The court, all right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sealed by order of the court. 1009. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sealed by order of the CMH OCR. 1010. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sealed by order of the court. CMH OCR. 1011. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sealed by order of CMH OCR. 1012. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sealed by order of the CMH OCR. 1013. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sealed by order. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 120. Sidebar. CMHOC 1050. The court, all 1, 2, 3. Sealed by order. CMHOC 1006. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. Jane Direct Gettys. Gettys. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1020. Direct examination, continued, BYMS Gettys. Hugh, yesterday, you testified about some of the defendant's assistants who helped out with his female guests, including yourself. Is that correct? Yes. Hugh, can you describe some of the matters in which some of the defendant's female or assistants who assisted his female guests would do? They would basically, well, everything was at his discretion, but for the most part, any time we needed food or toiletries, or we just couldn't get in touch with the defendant, you would reach out to them. Hugh, and when you say that it was at his discretion, what do you mean? Meaning that he would tell us when we could text him, and when we could not. The only time we couldn't is when there was an emergency, we couldn't get in touch with him. Hugh, I'm sorry. When you say, the only time we couldn't, what did you mean by that? Meaning if it was an emergency, and we could not get in touch with him, meaning he wasn't answering his phones. Hugh, and what would happen in that event? What would you do then? I would just say, can you please get in touch with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1021. Mr. Kelly. Hugh, and you would then reach out to his assistants? Yes. Hugh, I want to make sure I understand. When you said the only time you would do a certain thing, what were you describing? Just in case it was, like, an emergency, like, let's say as an example, if my cycle came on and I needed tampons, or I needed to get in touch with him about something very important and he wasn't answering his phones. Hugh, and what would you do in that event? I would say, can you let Mr. Kelly know to check his phones? Hugh, and if it wasn't an emergency, what contact would you have with the defendant's assistants? None. Hugh, and ultimately, who paid those assistants? The defendant. Hugh, and who was ultimately in charge of them? The defendant. Hugh, yesterday, you testified about a video that you made, and this was the one where you testified about eating feces, is that correct? Correct. Hugh, and you testified that when you showed it to the defendant, he wasn't satisfied with it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1022. Correct. Hugh, where were you when you showed it to the defendant? He was actually in the studio, and he had taken it with him, and he had came back, and he had said that he had watched it, and that I wasn't into it enough, and that I would have to redo it, not at that moment, because it had been an hour after and I had already changed and cleaned up, but he did express that I would have to do it again. We just never got around to it. Hugh, and was there another time when the defendant asked you to do it? He did not, and I did not remind him. Hugh, and just to be clear, when you said that he took it and looked at it, what were you referring to? The video. Hugh, you testified yesterday about video recordings that the defendant made using his iPad. Can you explain the time, just the frequency with which the defendant made those videos when you were 17? I was very frequent. Hugh, and can you explain when the defendant would make a video? And when he would not make a video of the times where you engaged in sexual contact with the defendant? For the most part, any time we were going to a hotel or on the tour bus, he would make sure that he had his backpacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1023. With him, however, the only times that he really would not record is maybe if it was after basketball, or if we were in a studio that his legal could pay for, like moments that were very quick, like inside the studio booths, like he really wouldn't record those times. Hugh, and on other occasions, was he regularly recording you and engaging in sexual activity with the defendant? Yes, he was. Hugh, was there ever an occasion where the defendant showed you videos that he made of you, including when you were 17 years later? Yes, there was. Hugh, can you describe that? I do recall a few years later, he had showed me a video of me when I was 17, because I recall I had the same exact hairstyle that I had when I met him at the show, and he had said, look at how tiny you used to be. Mechanic, objection. The court, are these the defendant's statements? MS Gettys, yes. Mechanic, it's not responsive. The court, overruled. And turn on your microphone. I don't want to miss an objection if you make it. Mechanic, thank you. Hugh, I'm sorry. Can you describe what the defendant said when 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1024. He was showing you a video? Yes. He was basically gloating and complimenting how small I used to be. Hugh, and when you saw the video, when did you? How old were you? I'm sorry. Withdrawn. When you saw the video, how old were you? How old did you think you were in the video itself? Oh, I know that I was 17, because my parents had paid for that hairstyle before I had met him. Hugh, and I think you said that it was a hairstyle that you were close in time to the show. Yes. Hugh, was that the show where you first met the defendant? Yes, it was. Hugh, when, if ever, did the defendant ask you to make a video recording of you saying something negative about yourself? There were a few times where the defendant would do so after chastising. Hugh, can you describe the videos that the defendant told you to make? Yes. Usually after he would chastise me, in the midst of me still crying, he would usually record me, and he would tell me to walk back and forth and say that I was stupid and that I was dumb and that I was so sorry, Daddy. Hugh, and on how many occasions did the defendant tell you to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1025. Make videos such as that? It was not that he would make me make videos like that. It was usually after a chastising. If he was turned on, in that moment, he would personally pull out a mechanic, objection. The court, overruled. An iPad and record it himself. Hugh, and whose idea was it for you to say what you were saying on the video? The defendant. MS Gettys, one moment. Pause. Hugh, without saying who, were you aware of whether the defendant asked other women to make similar videos? Yes, I was. Hugh, and how did you become aware of that? The defendant would show me other videos of women also crying and saying very similar things about themselves. Hugh, and I'm showing what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 76. Was that one of the women who you saw in a video saying something negative about herself? Yes. Hugh, over the course of your 5 years with the defendant, what, if any, restrictions did he put on your having contact 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1026. With members of your family? Eventually, I could not talk to them at all because they just would want to know of my well-being, which was something that he really did not want me to disclose. Q. What, if anything, did the defendant advise you to share with your family? He only told me to talk to them about how I had been and things pertaining to, like nails, hair, the city that we were in. However, any personal questions pertaining to, like abuse or other girlfriends, he would tell me to hang up immediately. Q. And are you referring to personal questions about abuse and other girlfriends of the defendants? Yes. Q. When you did speak with your family, where was the defendant? He was usually present. Q. And did you also communicate by text message with your family members? Yes, I did. Q. And when you sent those text messages, where was the defendant? The defendant would tell me exactly what to say. Q. And when the defendant wasn't around, would you call and text message your parents? No, only if he had me to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1027. Q. Why wouldn't you do that without the defendant? Because I would have gotten in trouble for doing so. Q. What, if anything, did the defendant do or say that made you think that the defendant would find out about that? Usually he would basically talk badly about all of our parents, and if we were not angry enough, he would then get upset and say that we were not loyal to him and make us feel bad. Q. Was there anything that the defendant did that made you think that he would find out if you violated one of his rules and reached out to your family? Yes. Q. What did he say? He had expressed that he had engineers who knew how to get inside the phones and go to the cloud and see who we have been talking to. Q. Now, to your knowledge, did the defendant ever do that, or did the defendant's engineers ever do that? I don't know. Q. When you say the defendant had engineers, what do you mean by engineers? His studio engineers. They did a lot of stuff pertaining to like his gadgets and stuff along with his, like, studio time. Q. And when you say gadgets, what are you referring to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1028. His, like, iPads and phones and stuff. Q. Did you learn the names of the defendant's engineers? Yes. Q. What are their names? Ian and Abel. Q. How did you learn their names? From the defendant. Q. Were you introduced to either Ian or Abel? Never. Q. Were you in Ian or Abel's presence? Yes, I had been in their presence a few times. MS Gettys. I'm showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 49. Q. What is shown in 49? That is one of his engineers. However, I don't know their names. The only time I had seen them was in studio sessions, and their back was towards us, so we never saw their faces. Q. Okay. I'm sorry, do you know how many engineers did the defendant have that you know of? It was 2 and they were Caucasian, so I do know that this is one of them. Q. Okay. But you don't know his name? Yes, I don't know his name. MS Gettys. The government offers 49. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Voir Dyer Can Nick. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1029. The court, any objection? Mechanic, yes. You just testified that you never saw his face. The court, do you want to voir dire this witness? Mechanic, yes, Your Honor. The court, okay. Voir dire examination by Mechanic. Hugh, you just testified that you never saw the face of the engineers, am I correct? A. I was not allowed to look at men, yes. Hugh, that's not my question. My question is, you just testified and told the jury that you never saw their faces, am I correct? A. I would see the side views, yes. Hugh, and you testified and told the jury a short while ago that the only thing you could see were their backs, am I correct? There were times where they would bring the defendant coffees, so I would see their face just very briefly. Hugh, so what you told the jury a short while ago, the court, do you want to voir dire on whether she recognizes him? Let's not do cross right now. Mechanic, I'm anxious. The witness, I know that if you're asking me, do. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane voir dire can Nick. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR 1030. I know if this is, I do. Mechanic, there's no question. The court, just let him put a question to you. Hugh, you testified that you don't know the names of the individuals? A. I do not. Hugh, and you testified that your recognition of this person sorry. I actually do know the names of them. I just said it. Ian and Abel. The court, do you know which one is Ian and which one is Abel? The witness, no. That I do not know. Mechanic, objection, judge. The court, are you still objecting? Mechanic, yes. The court, I just want to make sure that I understand. Do you recognize this person? The witness, yes, I do. The court, and how do you recognize the person? The witness, because he would bring the defendant coffees, however, if I saw him, it was a very quick glimpse. It was not because I was trying to look at him. The court, okay. But the question is this one of the people that you saw? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane direct Geddes. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR 1031. The witness, yes, it is. The court, at the defendant's recording studio? The witness, yes, it is. The court, do you have any further questions regarding this exhibit? MS Geddes, just that we offer it. No, Your Honor. The court, over the defense objection, it's admitted. Government Exhibit 49 so marked. MS Geddes, may we publish? The court, yes. MS Geddes, and I'm now showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 50. Direct examination, continued, BYMS Geddes, Hugh, do you recognize Government Exhibit 50? A. I do, yes. Hugh, what is that? That is one of his engineers. Hugh, and, again, did you have an opportunity to see this particular person? Yes, I did. Hugh, and where did you see this person? Usually in the control room. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane direct Geddes. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR 1032. Hugh, and when you say control room, what are you referring to? The studio. Hugh, and is that where the defendant's engineers worked? Yes. Hugh, and do you know this individual's name? I do not know him by their names. They would usually work together side by side, so when he would say Ian or Abel Mechanic, objection. This is not responsive. The court, overruled. Mechanic, she doesn't know his name. The court overruled. Q. Please continue. They worked together, so usually they would do 16 hours, so whether he called them Ian or Abel, I wouldn't know the difference between the two, but I was able to see them. MS Geddes, the government offers Government Exhibit 50. Mechanic, same objection, Your Honor. The court overruled. Government Exhibit 50 so marked. The court, Mr. Kannick, I know I sound like a broken record. I can't hear you if you don't turn on your microphone. Thanks. MS Geddes, may I publish? Thank you. Q. What, if anything, negative did the defendant say about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Geddes. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1033. Your parents? He would say that we were basically worthless, and that we did not mean anything to them. Q. And when you say he would say that we were worthless to them, who is the them in that sentence? Me and the other girls. Q. Okay. And who did the defendant say you were worthless to? He would say it to us. Q. But who was he saying believed that you were worthless? Our parents. Q. What else did the defendant say negative about your parents? He would basically say that they had sold us to him, and that they had basically given us to him, and that they did not care for us, and that we were in a better situation with him. Q. When you said that the defendant said that your parents had sold you to him, what did he say about that? How did he explain that? He had confided in me that the previous manager under the name of Mace had given my parents a few bricks and, in return for me. Q. And when you say bricks, what are you referring to? Narcotics. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Geddes. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1034. Q. And who provided this information to you? The defendant. Q. Do you remember approximately when the defendant said that to you? This was years later, around the time when a majority of the things had come out about cults and multiple women. Q. Fair to say that was several years after you had been staying with the defendant? Yes. MS Geddes, I'm showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 68. Q. Do you recognize the individual shown in Government Exhibit 68? I do, yes. Q. Who is that? This is nephew. Q. And when did you first meet nephew, or did you meet nephew? Yes, I did. Q. When did you first meet him? I don't recall initially when I first met him. Q. Who introduced nephew to you? The defendant. MS Geddes, the government offers Government Exhibit 68. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Geddes. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1035. The court, any objection? Mechanic, no objection. The court, okay. That's in evidence. Government Exhibit 68 so marked. MS Geddes, may I publish? The court, yes. Q. Now, you said that you knew this individual shown in Government Exhibit 68 as nephew. Who referred to this person as nephew? The defendant. Q. Without saying it, do you know this individual is that a real name, nephew? No, that's just what the defendant called him. Q. Do you know this individual's true name? I do not know. Q. And other than nephew, do you know any other names for him? No, that's the only name the defendant would call him. Q. Do you remember what led to your meet, the defendant introducing you to nephew? He had been expressing someone that he wanted to meet under the name nephew, however, the first time that I do recall being with him was a punishment. Q. Before you describe what the punishment is, do you remember what led to the punishment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1036. A yes. I had been pairing off, which was one of his rules that I had broken. Q. And when you say pairing off, what do you mean by that? A meaning that even though me and the other girls all lived together and spent a majority of our time together, there was specific things that even we cannot talk about together, like, unless it was like things that he would consider innocent like hair, nails, TV shows. If there was anything outside of that, we would get in trouble for discussing it. Q. So, for example, what would be a type of thing that you understood you were not supposed to discuss with the other women living with the defendant? A. Anything about my family, anything about my previous life before I had met him, or anything that I was doing beforehand, and also, like, our personal relationship. Q. And when you say our personal relationship, whose relationship are you referring to? A. Me and the defendant. Q. So you said that you had been pairing off. How did the defendant learn had you, in fact, been pairing off to use your word? A. Yes. Q. And how did the defendant learn about that? A. Because I had told him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1037. Q. What led you to tell the defendant about that? And I recall that we were at a hotel, and he was with his assistant Diana, and he had been boasting to her and, telling her how happy I had made him, and I felt very guilty knowing that I had paired off prior to him coming, telling me to come down to the pool. Q. And you said, to come down to the pool. Where were you? A. We were at a hotel. Q. And were you in the pool area of that hotel? A. Yes. He was sitting, like, at a cabana. Q. And who else was with him? A. Diana. Q. What happened when you went down to the pool area? A. He had expressed to Diana, like, his affection for me, and how he basically wanted to spend the rest of his life with me. Q. What did you do? A. I was happy, but I felt guilty inside. Q. So what, if anything, did you tell the defendant? A. I just went along what he said, but afterwards, he did tell me to go back up. Q. To go back up to where? A. To my hotel room. Q. What happened? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1038. When I did get back up to my hotel room, I did tell him that there was something that I had been keeping from him, and when I told him, he immediately told me to go back to the tour bus. Q. And where was the tour bus parked? A. It was outside of the hotel. Q. Now, when you were in the hotel room, and you told the defendant there was something you had been keeping from him, did you tell him what it was that you had been keeping from him? A. I believe I told him along the lines of, that I had been pairing off, and that I had been speaking of things with Joy and Nick that I shouldn't have, and before I got the chance to go any further, he just told me to get my stuff and go back to the tour bus. Q. And when you said he told you to get your stuff, what did you understand the defendant wanted you to do? Basically, I wasn't going to be, as a punishment, I wasn't going to be allowed to stay in the hotel. Q. So were you packing up all your belongings? A. Yes. Q. Where was the tour bus parked at the time? A. The tour bus was usually parked on the side, or the back of the hotels. Q. Did you, in fact, then go to the tour bus? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1039. I did, yes. Who, if anyone, else was on the tour bus when you got back there? Me, Joy and Nick. And, again, just to be clear, Joy and Nick, were those the women living with the defendant at the time? Yes, they were. What happened when you got back to the tour bus? He basically had said that he already knew exactly what we had did, and for us to puke, which we all did. And what do you mean by for us to puke? Usually when he said that, we knew that we would have to be honest, and not leave out any little detail. And what is it that you were being honest? Were you then, in fact, honest with the defendant? Yes, we were. What was it that you were being honest with the defendant about? Basically, we had a conversation, and we had discussed our personal relationships with him, basically, like, making each other upset. All of us had basically said, oh, I'm closer to him because of X, Y, Z, or I'm closer to him because we do this. Or we do that, and that's not something we were ever supposed to share with one another, what we did personally with the defendant. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1040. And when you say we, who again are you referring to? Me, Joy and Nick. Now, you said that the defendant told you to sort of tell him everything? And used the word puke. Did you each of you then do that? Yes, we did. What happened after that? Afterwards, he told all of us to go to the back on the bed, and to take off all our clothes, and he began to chastise us. And you said he told you to go to the back on the bed. Where was the bed? Were you still on the tour bus? Where was the bed? The bed is all the way in the back of the tour bus, and he made all of us lay down naked side by side. You, Joy and Nick? Yes. What happened? He then began to hit all of us about 15 times. What did he do? What did he use to hit each of you? He used his open palm. And where on your body did he hit you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1041. He hit us on our butt and on our legs. And when you say that he hit you 15 times, do you mean that he hit each of you 15 times? Yes. What happened after that? After that, he then separated us, and he continued to hit me more. How did he separate you? He told Joy to go to the front of the bus, and Nick to go to the bunk bedroom, and I stayed in the back, and he continued to hit me more. Was there a separate room on the bus with bunk beds? Yes. There's 2 doors. So when you first walk onto the tour bus, it's like the living and kitchen area, and then there's a middle room that has bunk beds that are usually 4, like if you're traveling with multiple guests, and beyond that door is a master bedroom that no one was allowed in. And which of those rooms were you in? The master all the way in the back. And is that where the defendant had initially hit each you, Joy and Nick? Yes. And when the defendant was hitting you after he separated you from Joy and Nick, how was he hitting you? He was just hitting me all over because he was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1042. Frustrated. He said that I was the closest to him. Mechanic, objection. The court overruled. Q. What did he say? He said that I was the closest to him, and I should have known better. Q. And what was he using to hit you then? Just open palm, just slapping me and hitting me all over. Q. What happened after that? He then said that I would have to make up for it, and that he was going to think of a punishment, and he left off the bus. Q. Who used the term punishment? The defendant. Q. Did you eventually learn what that punishment was? Yes, I did. Q. When did you learn? He told me that he came back on the tour bus and said that I would be meeting with somebody by the name of Nephew. Q. And was that the individual shown in Government Exhibit 68? Yes, it was. Q. Where, if anywhere, did the defendant tell you to go? He told me to get my things together, and he gave me the key to our room, and he told me to go up to the room and 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Direct Gettys. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1043. Freshen up and put on something skimpy, and let him know when I was ready. Q. What did you do? I did exactly what I was told. Q. Now, at the time when you were carrying out what the defendant told you to do, what, if anything, had the defendant told you about Nephew? He had mentioned Nephew a few times, and he had expressed to me that Nephew was a person that he had been grooming also since he was young. Q. Do you remember the words that the defendant used? Yes, he said that he had been grooming Nephew since he was young like me. Q. What happened next? I then went up to the hotel room, and I had freshened up and put on something skimpy, and the defendant knocked the same knock that he usually does. I opened the door and I then went into the master bedroom, which had a door, and he stayed in the living room area. And then in about 15 minutes, he came into the master bedroom, and he told me that Nephew will be coming in here and to basically be into it just like I am with him. And to be into it and not to, like, act any type of way. Q. Now, you said that the defendant knocked on the door the way he did. What did you mean by that? The defendant had a specific knock, and that's how we knew. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Direct Gettys. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1044. It was him every time, so we would know to open the door. Q. What was the knock? A. Indicating. Q. When you answered the court, do you want to describe that for the record? Ms. Gettys, I can try. Let the record reflect that the witness just did a knock of 4 separate knocks in a little bit of a rhythm. Q. Is that correct? A. Yes. The court, I think it was 6. Q. Do you want to do it again? A 5? Indicating. Q. 5. Sorry about that. Ms. Gettys, let the record reflect that there were approximately 5 knocks. Q. Is that right? A. Yes. Q. And was anyone with the defendant when he first entered the room? A. Any time we open a door, we know to stand behind it, so just in case he is with people, they can't see us, so I wouldn't be seen. Q. Okay. So when you opened the door, did you see anybody? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Direct Gettys. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1045. Else? A. No. Q. Did you, in fact, go into the bedroom as the defendant directed? A. Yes, I did. Q. What happened after that? A. He then came in with an iPad, and he told me to get into it, that this was my punishment. And shortly after, Nephew had followed behind him naked. Q. And when you said that the defendant told you to get into it, what did he mean by that? A. Meaning, like, not to embarrass him. Q. Not to embarrass who? The defendant. Q. What did you understand that the defendant wanted you to do with nephew? He wanted me to please nephew the same way that I would please him. Q. And how did he want you to please nephew? By basically being into it and giving him, like, oral sex and vaginal penetration. Q. What happened? Did nephew then come into the room? A. Q. And what happened? You said he was naked? A. Yes. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Direct Gettys. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1046. Q. Where was the defendant when nephew came into the room? He was already in the room, and he was also naked, and he had his iPad in his hand, and then he had propped it up, and he had begun to instruct both me and nephew what to do. Continued on next page. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1047. Direct examination, continued, BYMS Gettys. Q. And what, if anything, did you notice about the iPad? A. It was recording. Q. What did the defendant instruct you and nephew to do? He had instructed us exactly. He had basically talked us through every single thing to do. So if he wanted me to give nephew oral sex, he would say that. And if he wanted nephew to give me oral sex, he would say that. Q. And by oral sex, do you mean that he wanted your mouth on nephew's penis? Is that correct? A. Yes. Q. And when he wanted nephew to give you oral sex, do you mean that he wanted nephew's mouth on your vagina? A. Yes. Q. Did both of those things happen between you and nephew? A. Yes. Q. And did you want to have sexual contact with nephew? A. Never. Q. Why did you? A. It was a punishment. Q. What did you think would happen if you did not have sex with nephew? Have sexual activity with nephew at the defendant's direction. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1048. A. I would probably be left somewhere for a long time. M. Mechanic, objection. The court, sustained. Q. Was that the only time that you saw nephew? A. No, there were a few occasions that the defendant had made us get intimate. Q. And when you say there are a few occasions the defendant had made you be intimate, who are you referring to? A. Me and nephew. Q. And by intimate, do you mean that you had, at the defendant's direction, sexual contact with nephew? A. Yes. Q. Do you recall a time where you had sexual contact with nephew at the defendant's direction in the presence of somebody else, or when someone else was around beside the defendant? A. Yes. Q. What happened? There was an encounter once where the defendant had told me, after he had come, that he had been going back and forth from room to room having vaginal penetration between me and Joy with nephew. Q. And do you remember where that took place? A. I do not remember specifically where that took place. It was either at the studio or the Trump. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 CR. 1049. Q. Were both of those places in Chicago? A. Yes. Q. When you say the Trump, what are you referring to? A. I stayed in the master room, and Joy stayed in the rocking chair room. Q. And I'm sorry, is the Trump a residence? A. Yes. Q. And is that a building where the defendant lived for a period of time? A. Yes. Q. And did you also live with the defendant there? A. Yes, I did. Q. And you stated that on the defendant told you what happened after the fact, is that correct? A. Yes. Q. When that happened, did you know that Joy was in the whether it was the studio or the Trump at the same time as you? A no, he just coming in the room every 10 minutes. Q. And who was it who had come in the room every 10 minutes? The defendant and nephew. Q. And what would happen when the defendant and nephew came into the room? We would have intercourse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1050. Q. Who would have intercourse? A. All three of us. Q. And, again, did you want to be having intercourse with nephew? A. No, I did not. Q. And, again, why did you have intercourse with nephew? A. Because it was a punishment. Q. Based on your prior experiences with the defendant, what, if anything, did you think would happen if you didn't have intercourse with nephew at the defendant's direction? A. I would Americanic. Objection. The court, I'll sustain it as to form. The question is, why did you do it if you didn't want to? A. Because I would have gotten chastised regardless, so it wouldn't have made a difference. Q. And you testified about 2 different times when you had sexual contact with nephew at the defendant's direction. Were there other times as well? A. Yes. Q. You testified yesterday that there was a time when you were living with the defendant and multiple women. Over time, did some of those women leave the defendant? Yes, they did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1051. Q. And as of July of 2019, who, if anyone, was still spending time with the defendant? A. I don't necessarily recall the exact timeline of when everyone left, however, in 2019, I believe it might have been just me, Joy, and Meek, or Meek could have possibly left already by then. Q. Was there a time when Meek did in fact leave the defendant? A. Yes, there was. Q. And the individual you testified earlier yesterday, about who you called V, did she too leave the defendant? A. Yes, she did. Q. And Juice, did she too leave the defendant? A. Yes, she did. Q. Over the course of the time, the 5 years that you spent with the defendant, did the defendant continue to chastise you? A. Yes, he did. MS Gettys, I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 457, 458, 459, and 460. May I approach, Your Honor? The court, yes. Counsel approaches the witness. Q. Do you recognize the exhibits that I just showed you, 457? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1052. Through 460? Yes, I do. Q. Generally speaking, what are they? They are letters that I had written to the defendant, usually times when I didn't have a phone. Q. And why would you write letters to the defendant on those occasions? A. If I had messed up or did something or broke a rule, I would usually have to write letters. Q. And who were you writing letters to? A. To the defendant. MS Gettys, the government offers 457 through 460. The court, any objection? Americanic, none. The court, those are in evidence. Government Exhibits 457 through 460 were received in evidence. Exhibit published. Q. I want to begin with Government Exhibit 457. This is 2 sides. We're going to start at the first side. Can you read? Is this your handwriting? Yes, that is. Q. Can you read what you wrote in Government Exhibit 457? A. At this point this isn't about making me better. You're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1053. Pride, sorry, and ego is involved, and you can't forgive me unless I suck up to you, or beg or plea or hug all over you to forgive me. When really, as long as I'm trying, you should be thankful. As long as I'm still apologizing and accepting my chastising, you should be happy, because I have to be happy when you don't want to poke me or go out with me. I don't mind accepting my chastising, but I'm not going to get spankings over and over again because my apology isn't up to your standards or doesn't feel your ego or doesn't feed your ego, because that's not what it's about. As long as I'm apologizing and turning 457 over. Accepting my chastising, that's all that matters. I don't want you to be able to say I'm the reason nothing is being done, because I'm not. I accepted my spanking, you walked out. So this cycle isn't happening because of me. So you can go let Joy go get her passport. You have the charger for your laptop. Joy can check it for you. She has an email, so she'll know how to work it. I don't want to be why everything is at a halt. Do you mind moving it up a little bit? Q, one moment. I'm just really tired of arguing over stupid things that don't even matter. Things that if this was someone else you won't even question it, yet everything with me is a problem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1054. And I am desperate to make us work, but I just don't know what else to do to fix this. Hugh, now do you remember writing this specific letter? I don't remember what had transpired, but I do remember writing this letter, yes. Hugh, how regularly did you write letters similar to this one? Almost every 2 to 3 days. Hugh, and looking back to the first side that you read, when you said, as long as I'm still apologizing and accepting my chastising, you should be happy. What were you referring to in that? A meaning that sometimes when I would apologize, if it didn't stroke his ego enough, an apology wouldn't suffice enough at all times. Hugh, and what did you mean by chastising? A meaning like a spanking. Hugh, and on the back of this, you referenced Joy. Is that the Joy who you previously testified about and identified in a photo? Yes. Hugh, I'm now putting Government Exhibit 458, which is in evidence, on the screen. Can you read that to the jury, if you can see it? I don't mind getting chastised, but I'm not going to get a spanking, apologize, and then go through it all over again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1055. Because my apology isn't good enough, or I don't beg you to forgive me. If Joy said I'm going to make a call in here or step out, and she said step out, you wouldn't have asked her why. You wouldn't have asked her why. You wouldn't have got upset or anything, yet me, everything I say or do is always blown up, and it's stupid stuff, doesn't even matter, and then when my apology isn't up to your standards, the cycle starts all over again. Hugh, and there's an arrow, and I'm going to turn it over. This isn't teaching, and I'm just tired of this same cycle every time. I may not hug you or beg you to forgive me, but an apology is an apology. And I don't know what more you want from me. I've apologized now. We've have to go through this all over again, because you still feel some type of way when it's not about either of our personal feelings. It's about me trying. Hugh, now the top of that second page that you read, you wrote that isn't teaching. Yes. Hugh, had anyone used the word teaching? The defendant saw chastising as teaching. Hugh, how did you know that? He would say that. Q. And what is it that you understood the defendant meant by that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1056. A. It was to help me. The chastises were to help me. Q. To help you do what? A. Remember the way to act and be. Q. According to whom? A. The defendant. Q. I'm now showing you what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 49 and 459, I'm sorry. What is on this? What is shown on this front page? A. Book. Q. And if I flip it over? Is there writing there? A. Yes, there is. Q. Do you remember, and just to be clear, each of the letters, 457 through 456, 460, you testified that those were letters written by you, correct? A. Yes, they are. Q. Do you remember why you were writing on a book cover? A. Because I had no paper. And sometimes if I didn't have paper, and I was left somewhere, he would say to figure it out. So I would just have to write on anything I could find. Q. Can you read what you wrote in Government Exhibit 459? A. I said, the things you get angry over you wouldn't even care about if it was someone else. If Joy said she had to make a call and you wanted her to do so in or out of the room, you would say, which do you think? And she said out. You would say okay. Then and drop it and leave it alone, yet with me, A. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1057. Million extra questions that don't even matter. I'm not happy. I'm not being fulfilled sexually, and on top of that I'm getting spankings nearly every day. This isn't what I want my life to be, and I know you don't want this either. Q. When you said in here that I'm getting spankings nearly every day, what are you referring to? A. The defendant was hitting me every day. Q. And finally, I'm showing you what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 460. And I'm just going to start by just holding it up. What is it that you notice about 460? A. The paper is torn. Q. In half? A. Yes. Q. All right. Just so the jury can see. All right. And then I'm going to put these two pieces of 460 back. Can you read that, please? A. Yes. The main issue is the things we argue over. I don't mind, and will never mind being chastised, because I've lied, or did something wrong. I'm tired of you nitpicking stupid non-for-profit reasons to start an argument. This started because you asked me where I thought I should have the call, which is so stupid. Then it led to you asking me why, which is when I lied, and I got a spanking and apologized. Then you came in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1058. Here and wanted to argue because you thought I text you because Joy text you. I don't want to be with anyone that is on edge looking for something to argue about. Because that's exactly what it feels like. And if you argue with me and nitpick everything I do, because I lay or sit the closest to you, then I don't want this. I mess up enough too much on my own for you to cue. I'm going to turn it over. I want to argue even more on top of everything. Because whether I choose to feed your ego or not, whether I have a little bit of remorse or overflowing with remorse, an apology is an apology, and I don't want to be with anyone that has a problem or challenges me on everything I do. At this point it's just nitpicking and too many arguments over dumb stuff. And if you nitpick because I lay with you or I'm the closest to you, I don't want it. I don't want any of this. That means you're starting arguments purposely because I'm the closest to you or because I want to be the closest to you. I mess up enough on my own, so for you to do this continuously on top of me messing up is just too much. And I don't want it for you at all if this is what I have to go through. Q. Now, to be clear, I think on the first page of this you wrote that I will never mind being chastised because I've lied. Aha. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1059. Q. But as you sit here today, do you mind being chastised? No. Q. Did you want to be hit by the defendant? No. Q. So fair to say you do mind being chastised? Mechanic, objection. The court, overruled. The question is today. You wrote the question is today. Well, you ask the question. Q. Today, do you still feel the same way that you, or do you still feel the way maybe you never felt this, but do you feel the way that you wrote here where you said I don't want to or I don't mind being chastised? No. Mechanic, objection. The court, overruled. Q. How do you feel now? I feel that I never deserved any of that. Q. And did you want to be chastised then? I did not. Q. Now, yesterday you testified about certain letters that the defendant told you to write containing falsehoods. Do you recall that testimony? I do. Q. And you also testified about apology letters that the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1060. Defendant would have you write when you were in a room at the defendant's direction. Do you recall that? Yes. Q. The letters that you just read, shown in Government Exhibit 457 to 460, which how would you describe those letters? What were those? Well, these letters would not be acceptable, so basically what I was saying in these letters is that I would be chastised, and then I would write this letter, and he would not accept it, and then I would be chastised again. Q. Now, is this an example of one of the letters that you said you wrote that contained falsehood and embarrassing information? What do you mean? Q. Yesterday you testified about letters that you wrote where you would admit to stealing something from the defendant. This is not. These are strictly apology letters after he had felt I had done something wrong. Q. Okay. So this is a different. There were two types of letters that the defendant had you write. Is that correct? Yes. Q. Are you familiar with the docuseries surviving R.Kelly? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1061. I am familiar with it. Q. Were you still living with the defendant at the time that it was aired? I was, yes. Q. At the time that it was aired, what, if anything, did the defendant say about it? He did let us know ahead of time that there was a documentary coming out about him, and that everything was false. And he told us about a few of the women whom were a part of it, and that he had his attorneys send cease and desist to lifetime. Q. And when you said he told us, who do you mean by that? Me and Joy. Q. And were you the two individuals still living with the defendant at the time the docuseries came out? Yes. Q. What, if anything, did the defendant tell you to do if the docuseries came up while you were watching television? We were to immediately change the channel. Q. And while you were with the defendant, did you watch the docuseries? Never. Q. Did you and the defendant discuss making any public statements following at that docuseries? No. He had expressed to us that if there ever 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1062. Came a time for us to speak and stand up, would we? And we said yes. Q. Did he explain what he wanted you to do? And no. He never said that we would actually be publicly speaking. Q. What, if anything, did you do to prepare for a hypothetical time when you would make a public appearance? A weeks prior to that, he had began telling us and making us answer questions. Q. And just to be clear, who is the he in that statement? The defendant. Q. And who is the us? Me and Joy. Q. When you say he had you answer questions, what do you mean? He would have us when he was around us, he would ask us questions. And when we were alone, he would tell us to write down questions and write down our answers towards them. And any answers that we stumbled upon or didn't know the answer to, the right answer, to write it down so that when we would see him we would go over it, and he would give us the proper answer. Q. And was the proper answer always the truthful answer? And no, it was not. Q. Did you eventually make a public appearance? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1063. We did, yes. Q. What did you make a public appearance on? Gayle King. Q. Where was that filmed? At Trump Towers on the hotel sides. Q. And at the time that you made the appearance on Gayle King, where were you living? At Trump Towers, on the residential side. Q. So fair to say there were two parts of Trump Towers? Yes. Q. One side was the residence and one side was the hotel side? Yes. Q. Where was the defendant? Let me back up. Who is Gayle King? I don't know too much about her, I just believe that she's a news anchor. Q. And was it a TV appearance, or a radio appearance, or something else? It was a TV. Q. And so it was filmed? Yes. Q. And where was the defendant who participated in the Gayle King appearance? The defendant, me and Joy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1064. Q. And when were you, in fact, interviewed by Gayle King? Yes, we were. Q. And when you say we, who are you referring to? Me and Joy. Q. Were the two of you interviewed together? Yes, we were. Q. Where was the defendant while you and Joy were interviewed by Gayle King? He was also present in the hotel room. Q. Were you truthful when you spoke to Gayle King? I was not. Q. What, if anything, did the defendant do during that appearance during the time when you and Joy were being interviewed by Gayle King? He did a coughing, he usually does, which everyone knows to let us know him organic, objection. He was near. The court, sustain as to the everyone knows part. But he did a cough? There's a very similar cough that he does. Q. So what cough? What did you understand he meant by that cough? He was just letting us know that he was in the room with us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1065. Q. And what did you believe was the purpose of the defendant letting you know he was in the room with you? The court, sustained. That means don't answer. Sorry. That's all right. Hugh, I want to direct your attention to the summer of 2019. Did there come a time in the summer of 19 when you stopped living with the defendant for a period of time? Yes, there was. Hugh, and during that period of time, did you decide to leave the defendant permanently? Yes, I did. Hugh, approximately when did that happen? October 2019. Hugh, and when you did that, did you move out of the Trump Towers where you had been living? I had, yes. Hugh, at some point did you agree to meet with the government? I did, yes. Hugh, do you remember when that first happened? I believe that was in January of 2020. Hugh, you testified yesterday that when you first saw the defendant at that concert, or when you first saw the defendant at the Dolphin Hotel, you auditioned for him. Do you recall that? Yes, I do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1066. Hugh, and you testified that the defendant said he was going to help you, fair to say? Yes. Hugh, what, if any, steps did the defendant take over the next 5 years to further your musical aspirations? None. Hugh, while you were with the defendant, while you were still living with the defendant, would you have described to others your time with the defendant as abusive? Yes, I would have. Hugh, would you have publicly said that, though? At that time that I was with him, no. Hugh, would you now? Yes. Hugh, when did you start to do that? It took me until January of 2020. Hugh, after you had spent some time away from the defendant? Yes. Hugh, have you had any contact with the defendant since January of 2020? I have not. MS Gettys, one moment. Pause in the proceedings. MS Gettys, nothing further, Your Honor. The court, all right, I think this might be a good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1067. Time, unless you want to start, Mr. Kannick, I think this might be a good time for a break. Americanic, let's have a break. The court, okay. So just 15 minutes or so. Please don't talk about the case. The courtroom deputy, all rise. Jury exits the courtroom. The court, and the witness can step down. The witness steps down. The court, all right, everybody can have a seat. Can I see counsel at the side for a minute, please? Continued on the next page. Sidebar conference. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sealed by order of the court. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1068. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sealed by order of the court. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1069. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1070. A recess was taken at 11:16 a.m. In open court, jury not present. The courtroom deputy, all rise. The court, everyone can sit down. All right, just before we begin, I think a couple of the jurors are just want some clarity on the days that we're taking off, and Donna has helpfully put together a list. so we'll be off this Friday. But I think, am I correct that the jurors have asked to work on the 3rd? The courtroom deputy, yes. The court, so just given how short we're going to be week the next week, we will be working on September 3rd, which is a Friday. Then we'll be off obviously for Labor Day, and for the 7th and 8th, for Rosh Hashanah. Then we'll be working the 9th and the 10th. Then the following week, Thursday is Yom Kippur, so we'll be off then, but we will be working on Friday. But on the 15th, I think we'll probably end a little early in case anybody, has a dinner or something to go to. So we'll probably finish around 4 that day. So I'm going to give the jury that schedule just before you start your cross, Mr. Kannick. Or I can do it at lunch too. Maybe I'll do that. All right. Ms. Geddes, just you can do it. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Proceedings. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1071. Pause in the proceedings. The court, can I see the parties at the side for one small thing? Continued on the next page. Sidebar conference. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Sidebar. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1072. The following occurred at sidebar. The court, I'm slightly concerned about, not only is it relevant to you, Mr. Kannick, I think that Ms. Becker is conflicted out of Ms. Geddes, that's correct? The court, I just don't know if you recall that Ms. Kannick, I'll remind her. The court, just in terms of if she is giving you any input or feedback, but it is Ms. Kannick, I'd understand. The court, but I did make a ruling. I think it's before you joined. Ms. Kannick, no. She's not giving me any advice or any information about the witness. Mr. Kelly is using her as a conduit, but other than that, she's just passing messages. The court, okay, it just occurred to me that I think you should be extra careful about it. Ms. Kannick, sure. I'll remind her right now. The court, thank you. End of sidebar conference. Continued on the next page. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross Kannick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1073. In open court, jury not present. The court, all right, let's get the jurors. The witness resumes the stand. The courtroom deputy, all rise. Jury enters the courtroom. The courtroom deputy, you may be seated. The court, okay, everybody, we are ready to continue with the cross-examination by Mr. Kannick. Before we break for lunch, I'll go over our schedule calendar-wise with you all. So go ahead, Mr. Kannick. Ms. Kannick, thank you. The courtroom deputy, the witness is reminded she's still under oath. The witness, yes, ma'am. Cross-examination by Ms. Kannick. Hugh, how far did you go in school? Pardon me? Hugh, how far did you go in school? The court, I think your microphone might not be working. Okay. By Ms. Kannick. Hugh, how far did you go in school? A high school. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross Kannick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1074. Hugh, how far in high school? A high school diploma. Hugh, you graduated? I did, yes. Hugh, and when was it that you graduated? A. I graduated in 2016. Q. 2016? Was there a graduation ceremony? A. Yes, there was. Q. What was the date of that graduation ceremony? A. I do not recall. Q. Did you attend? A. I did, yes. Q. Do you remember what time of the year it was? A. I do not recall. Q. Do you remember whether it was in January of 2016? A. No, I believe it would have been later. Q. Later? Now before coming in and starting your testimony. Yesterday, you had met with the government and gone over the questions that they asked of you, am I correct? A. Yes, I did. Q. And how many times have you met with the government to discuss your testimony prior to coming and giving testimony here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross-Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1075. A. I don't know. Q. Well, more than 5. A. About, yes. Q. And when was the last time you spoke with them about your testimony? A. Today. Q. And what time today? A. Before we began. Q. Before you started this morning? A. Aha. Q. And what about last night? A. You asked me the last time. Q. No, I'm asking you a new question. What about last night? Did you discuss your testimony with them last night? A. Not that I can recall, no. Q. Did you have any meetings with them last night? A. After, no. Q. And before yesterday, when was the last time you met with them to discuss your testimony? A. The day before I had come here. Q. And do you recall what the day before was? A. It was the day before yesterday. Q. What was that day? A. What is today's date? Thursday? Wednesday? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross-Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1076. The Court, today's Tuesday. Q. You're looking to the government for an answer? A. Sunday. Sorry, Sunday. Q. Sunday. And what time did you start your meeting with them on Sunday? A. Probably around 11 a.m. Q. And what time did you end on Sunday? A. Probably around 6 p.m. Q. So about 7 hours on Sunday? A. Yes. Q. And before Sunday, when had you met with them before Sunday? A. Saturday. Q. And how much time did you spend with them on Saturday? A. About the same period. Q. And before Saturday, when was the last time you spent time with them? A. About a week earlier. Q. In that week, you met with them 1 day or 2 days? A. About 2 days, yes. Q. And the same amount of time? A. Yes. Q. And when you met with them, you went over documents, am I correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross-Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1077. A. I did, yes. Q. And they shared with you information about prior interviews you had given, am I correct? A. Yes. Q. And they also shared with you these photographs that you testified about here, am I correct? A. Yes, they did. Q. And they also shared with you other exhibits that they had that they were questioning you about, am I correct? A. Yes. Q. Now also, you made a number of social media postings about the facts of this case, am I correct? A. It's been limited but yes. Q. I beg your pardon? A. It's been limited but yes. Q. When you say limited, how many? A. Less than 5. Q. Less than 5? When was your last posting? A. I do not recall. Q, and you've monetized those postings, am I correct? No, not all of them. Q, I didn't ask you about all of them. I said, my question was, have you monetized them? MS Geddes, objection. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1078. The court, well, why don't you, when you say monetize, do you mean was she paid for them? By a mechanic. Hugh, you've written about the monetization of content, am I correct? You researched that, correct? Yes. Hugh, so you know what I meant, am I correct? I do, yes. Hugh, now, I want to go to your testimony yesterday and today. You just testified and told this jury about years of abuse. Do you remember telling us about that? Yes. Hugh, okay. When did this abuse begin? In 2015. Hugh, and you met with Mr. Kelly in 2000. You met him in 2015, am I correct? Yes, I did. Hugh, and according to you, you met him as of April 18, 2015, am I correct? I don't remember the specific date of the show, but yes, it was in April. Hugh, okay. And you testified that there came a point in time that you started living with him in 2015, am I correct? Yes, that is true. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1079. Hugh, when was that day? That is when school had ended and summer had begun. I begun living in Chicago. Hugh, and the abuse started right then? No. Hugh, did the abuse start a month later? The abuse started, yeah, about a few months later. Hugh, okay, so it started a few months later. And what was the nature of the abuse in a few months later withdrawn? When was it that school ended? I don't recall. Mechanic, Your Honor, may I approach the witness? The court, sure. Mechanic, to show her something, see if it refreshes her recollection? MS Geddes, can you show us what you're showing? Mechanic, proffering. Counsel approaches the witness. By mechanic, Hugh, I want you to look at this document and see if it refreshes your recollection as to when the school year ended in 2015. Look at the portion that's highlighted in yellow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1080. Yes. Hugh, may I have it back? Proffering. Hugh, after having looked at that document, does it refresh your recollection as to when the school year ended in 2015? It does. Hugh, when did it end? A beginning of June. Hugh, beg your pardon? A June. Hugh, June what? A 3rd. Hugh, June 3rd? And based on your testimony then, you moved to Chicago with Mr. Kelly sometime after June 3rd, 2015? I'm sorry, I should rephrase that. I actually had left school probably about a week and a half earlier. I had turned in all of my work. Hugh, so you left school prior to June 3rd, 2015? Yes, that is accurate. Hugh, and about you said the abuse started about 2 months after that, am I correct? Yes. Hugh, and so that would be sometime in August, am I correct? That is the first time he hit me open palm, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1081. Cue my question, and if you don't understand my question, please let me know. My question is, the abuse started sometime after August? The court, can I just clarify? I'm so sorry, Mr. Kannick. When you said abuse, are you referring to something in particular? A physical abuse? Emir Kannick, well, what I asked is that she testified about a number of abuse during the time she spent with him. The court, I just think it might be good to define what you mean by abuse. By Emir Kannick, Hugh, what do you define abuse as being? The court, well, why don't you direct her to the particular thing you want her to speak about? I just think abuse is a broad, all I'm saying is if you can break it down. Abuse is a broad term. By Emir Kannick, Hugh, when you said that my client abused you for the first time, what was the nature of that abuse? What time are you referring to? Hugh, I'm asking you. You said that my client abused you 2 months after you started living with him. I'm asking you. What's the nature of that abuse? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Kannick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1082. A-OK. There was a time that he did slap me open palm. So that would possibly be the beginning of it, which is when I told him my age, at the end of summer. Hugh, the end of the summer. And when he slapped you, he sent you home the next day, am I correct? Yes, he did. Hugh, and the slap is sort of at you, according to you. Now, when you went home, you were with your parents, am I correct? Yes, I was. Hugh, you were with your family, am I correct? Yes, I was. Hugh, and you came back? Yes, I did. Hugh, when you were with your parents, did you tell them that he slapped you? I did not, no. Hugh, now, you testified and told us that you met Mr. Kelly in April of 2015. Now, and you told him that you were 18 years old, am I correct? Yes. Hugh, now your parents told you to tell him that you were 18 years old, am I correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Kannick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1083. No. Hugh, your parents did not tell you to tell him the court, I'm overruling the objection. Hugh, my question is, did your parents tell you to tell him that you were 18 years old? Yes or no? No, they did not. Hugh, now you testified and told us that when you went to this concert, and that you were in the B section? The C section. Hugh, the C section? You weren't in the B section? When we got there, they were together. So people in the C section could sit in the B section. Hugh, I'm asking, where were you? The B section. Hugh, B or C? I was in the B section with my parents, but we had bought tickets for the C section. Hugh, and there came a point in time that you said that somehow you got up to the pit. Correct, yes. Hugh, and prior at some point, either before the show or while you were there, it was suggested to you by your mother that you get Mr. Kelly's attention, am I correct? I don't recall that. Hugh, now, and when you got to be in the pit, you testified. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Kannick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1084. And told us yesterday that at some point Mr. Kelly grabbed your hand, or held your hand. Yes, he did. Hugh, now, you were reaching your hand up to him, am I correct? Correct. Hugh, and you weren't the only one doing that, there were a number of fans trying to reach him and get his attention, am I correct? A. Absolutely, yes. Q. And he touched a number of hands as he performed a song, am I correct? A. Not actually true. He only touched about 10 people. Q. 10 is not a number? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, sustained. Q. So he touched more than your hand, am I correct? A. Yes. Q. Now, you testified and told us that he performed the show pretty much to you? A. Yes. Q. Were you standing alone? A. I was not. Q. You're around other people, am I correct? A. I was, yes. Q. There are other fans at the show, am I correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross-Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1085. A. Yes, there was. Q. They were right around you, am I correct? A. Yes, they were. Q. There were people who were in the back of you, am I correct? A. Yes, there were. Q. Because you were in the pit, am I correct? A. Yes, I was. Q. And there were people behind you, am I correct? A. Yes, there was. Q. Immediately behind you, am I correct? A. No. Q. There weren't people sitting or standing behind where you were. A. Oh, yes. In the pit, yes. Q. Now there were people on the side, the right side of you? A. Yes. Q. And the left side of you? A. Aha. Q. And in the pit there were people bunched around trying to get attention and dancing, am I correct? A. Not many people were in the pit. Q. Speaking of dancing, you eventually got up on the stage, am I correct? A. I never got on the stage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross-Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1086. Q. You never get on the stage? A. I never did, no. Q. You didn't go on the stage and twerk on the speaker? A. I sat on the speaker. I didn't go on the stage. Q. So you sat on the speaker? A. Yes, I was on the speaker. Q. Speaker was on the floor? A. Yes. Q. You danced on the speaker? A. Yes. Q. You twerked on the speaker? A. I danced on the speaker. Q. What dance did you do? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, overall, do you remember what kind of dance you did? A. I danced just like everyone else. Q. Do you know what a twerk is? A. Yes, I do. Q. Did you twerk? M.S. Geddes, objection. A. I was just moving my body just like everyone else. Q. When you were moving your body like everyone else, you were twerking, weren't you? M.S. Geddes, objection. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross-Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1087. The court, sustained. A. Yes, I was. Q. OK. The court, I sustained the objection, but. The witness, oh, I'm sorry. The court, it's all right. By a mechanic, Q. Now you testified that there came a point in time that you got Mr. Kelly's number somehow. A. His entourage gave it to me, yes. Q. If my question asks a yes or no, please just give me a yes or no. A. Okay, sorry. Q. And after you got his number, you told your parents, am I correct? A. Yes. Q. And at some point you told your parents, in particular your mother, that you think that Mr. Kelly was looking at you and you think he likes you. A. I don't recall. Q. Now after you got his number, you made an effort to reach out to him, am I correct? A. I did, yes. Q. And there was no response to your effort? A. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1088. Hugh, and basically there came a point in time that your mother reached out to him, am I correct? A yes. Hugh and your mother started texting him? A yes, she did. Hugh and your mother started pretending that she was you, am I correct? A yes, she did. Hugh and he asked your mother how old you were? How old she was, pretending to be you. I don't know. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Canick. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1089. Examination continues by MR Canick. Hugh, you read those messages between Mr. Kelly and your mother pretending to be you, am I correct? I didn't read all of them, no. Hugh, now, did you read one where he asked your mother for a picture? I just saw pictures, yes. That's, basically, all I saw. Hugh, and she sent him pictures of you, am I correct? Yes, she did. Hugh, pretending to be you, am I correct? Yes, she did. Hugh, and one of the things that were sent was a video of you dancing in your underwear, am I correct? Singing and dancing in your underwear, am I correct? That's not true. Hugh, that's not true. Yes. Hugh didn't send a picture of you singing and dancing in your underwear? MS Geddes, objection. My mother? No. Hugh, you did. Me. At a later date, yes. Hugh, how long did your mother keep up this texting to Robert? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Canick. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1090. Pretending to be you? It was only probably about 2 days. Hugh, do you know how many texts were exchanged in that time? I do not know. Hugh, now, you didn't have to be 18 to order audition for being a singer, am I correct? No. Hugh, now, your parents were really invested in your music career? Yes, they did support me. Hugh, well, they did more than support you, they encouraged you, am I correct? Yes, they did. Hugh, in fact, they put great pressure on you, am I correct? I think they just supported me. Hugh, well, isn't it a fact that they beat you so that you could MS Geddes, objection. The court, overruled. By MR Canick, Hugh, isn't it a fact that they beat you in order to make you practice your music? Yes. Hugh, that beating started when you were in Baltimore, am I correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Canick. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1091. MS Geddes, objection. The court, could I see counsel at the side, please, with the court reporter? Sidebar held outside the hearing of the jury. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1092. The following sidebar took place outside the hearing of the jury. The court, I just want to clarify where we're going here. I think I know, but I ruled pre-trial that even if the parents had pushed her into a relationship with him, that is, obviously, not a defense. I mean, they are what they are, but I think that I'm right that the focus on the parents right now is to support your theory that they and she conspired to get money out of him. A mechanic, get money out of him, yeah. The court, extort him? A mechanic, yes. The court, I don't know, I'm sure you have a good faith basis for that, I'm not questioning that, but a mechanic, basically, Your Honor, is that she had no interest in music at this time, none. The prosecutors opened up yesterday saying that she was only interested in pursuing her music and Mr. Kelly wanted sex. The court, but I precluded inquiry into that. A mechanic, right, I'm not asking that. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Sidebar. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR 1093. The court, right. Amateur Canic, I'm trying to be very careful in asking it in such a way to show that, basically, her parents put great pressure on her, and they were really invested in the music career, and really interested to try to get her together with him. The court, I don't think there's anything wrong. I mean, first of all, the jurors are going to have a natural curiosity about where the parents were, but I am going to give them an instruction at the end that even if the parents didn't have a problem with this, that they can't consent for a 17-year-old. So, I mean there is going to be some kind of an instruction about the limit to which they can consider the parents' involvement. A mechanic, I understand that. The court, but I don't know, I am guessing I want to give you some latitude here, and I am doing that, but I just want to make sure we are not crossing over into what I've precluded. So I think you need to get to the point where you say there is an extortion, which that's legitimate. Whether her parents were abusive to her, I don't think is consistent. Just let me finish is consistent with that, and I am not sure how relevant it is. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Sidebar. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR 1094. Let me just hear from the prosecutor, and then I'll hear from you. Ms. Geddes, first of all, the witness has now established that she was, in fact, beaten by her parents. That's now out there. There is no basis to go further back into her childhood and make her relive any abuse that she suffered by her parents in front of everybody today. This is not a trial of the witness's parents, and that is what they're making this out to be. You can go forward with your extortion theory in a different way without she lived in Baltimore years earlier. It's just not relevant when the abuse began or what, frankly, the nature of the abuse is. The court, I don't see that you're going into an exploration of her childhood, are you? A mechanic, far from that. Ms. Geddes, but when did she? The court, but let me just finish. Ms. Geddes, sorry. The court, calm down. If you have evidence that, and I am saying this because you have to say you have a good faith basis that they wanted to get money out of him, that's certainly an appropriate area, but only to the extent that she's aware of it. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Sidebar. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR 1095. And so, if there is some evidence that she's aware of what her parents' motives are, that's fine. But I think there's been enough about whether her parents beat her. I thought she testified that she was in the choir and all these other things. Are you saying that that wasn't her own choice? A mechanic, no. The court, she was in 2 choirs. A mechanic, right. The court, and what's the basis for that? Is that in the materials? I haven't read all the materials. Ms. Geddes, what is in the materials is that her parents put pressure on her to succeed in the music world. There's nothing in there saying that she didn't want to do Patriot Singers or the other activities that they did. But I still don't think we need to go any further into any physical abuse that the witness that the court, to the extent that it's relevant, I don't know, it seems marginally relevant, at best, to this extortion business unless you are saying they forced her into it, which I don't take that to be your argument. Americanic, no. The court, I take it your argument is that they are, basically, stage parents that don't really care about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. SAM OCR RMR CRR RPR 1096. Their child's welfare and have turned sort of a blind eye to what's happened to her, but I don't know how helpful that is to your case. But that's not my point. Americanic, right. The court, but if you have evidence that there is a line of inquiry that she conspired with her parents to get money out of him, perfectly fine. Americanic, yes, we do. The court, let's go to that and stay away from Americanic, okay? The court, her childhood. Okay? MS Geddes, so are we moving past any question the court? Why don't you let me stay in your lane? I'll take care of it. Americanic, absolutely, because I am not going to listen to you. Sidebar concluded. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. SAM OCR RMR CRR RPR 1097. In open court, jury present. The court, all right, let's move on. Americanic, thank you. Examination continuing by Americanic. Hugh, now, you testified yesterday about some black panty that you got at the show, am I correct? A yes. Hugh, and you testified and told us that Mr. Kelly gave it to you? A yes, he did. Hugh, okay. This is when you were in the pit? A yes. Hugh, you weren't the only person that received the black panty that night, am I correct? A no, I was not. Hugh, and, in fact, the next day you went on social media about it, am I correct? A, I did, yes. Hugh, and what did you put on social media about it? A, I believe I made a post pertaining to the black panties that he had given me. Hugh, what did you say about the black panty? A, I don't remember verbatim. Americanic, I am going to ask that I be allowed to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. SAM OCR RMR CRR RPR 1098. Approach, Your Honor. The court, sure. MS Geddes, Your Honor, may I see it as well? By Americanic. Hugh, is that a public post that you referenced? A yes. Hugh, you made that? A yes, I did. Hugh, and you made that's the post that you made pertaining to the black panty? A yes. Hugh, receiving the black panty? A yes. Americanic, Your Honor, I am going to offer that as a defense exhibit. The court, any objection? MS Geddes, none. The court, okay, that's in evidence. Americanic, I think this is N. Defense Exhibit N was received in evidence. Americanic, and we are going to ask that it be published, Your Honor, to the jury. Exhibit published to the jury only. The court, is this jury only? Americanic, yes, Your Honor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. SAM OCR RMR CRR RPR 1099. The court, okay. Pause. Americanic, thank you, Your Honor. By Americanic. Hugh, now, in April 2015 you were a member of the Patriot Singers, you said? A yes, I was. Hugh, and how long had you been with that group? A. I had been with that group the entire year. You had to audition. Q. Okay. And you testified yesterday about losing a scholarship that you had received or scholarships you had received for college. Where were those scholarships? What schools? And no, I think you misunderstood me. By me getting homeschooled, I could no longer be eligible to get those scholarships. Q. So, you were never offered a scholarship? And no, but we were studying too. Q. Now, when you in April of 2015 you were taking a break from music, am I correct? A. I don't recall. Q. You don't recall whether or not you were taking a break from music. M.S. Geddes, objection. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1100. The court overruled. AI actually was I don't think so. No, I had just actually shot a release single. Q. And what was the name of that single? A. It was called Liar Liar. Q. And it was released at that time? And no, it was unreleased. I believe we had just got back the finalized edits. Q. And when was it that you got back the finalized edit? A. I believe it was in April. Q. Was it before the concert or after the concert? A. I believe it could have been before. Q. Okay. Well, when you met with the government, didn't you tell them that as of April 15th, around the time of this concert, that you had taken a break from music? A. As in break. Q. Don't look at them, please. A. I'm not. Q. Answer my question. A. No. Q. Did you tell the government during your meetings with them that around April, the time of the concert, that you had taken a break from music? A. By break, I had been transitioning, yes. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1101. Q. And when you say transitioning, what do you mean? A. Meaning that prior to April I had been doing shows making income from doing cover songs, and I was transitioning into releasing my own music. So I was taking a break. Q. So, that's what you call taking a break? A. Yes. A. Mechanic, Your Honor, may we approach? The court, yes. With the court reporter? A. Mechanic, yes, Your Honor. Sidebar held outside the hearing of the jury. Continued on the following page. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Sidebar. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1102. The following sidebar took place outside the hearing of the jury. The court. So, just before we begin, please don't give instructions to the witness, I'll take care of that if you need it. A. Mechanic, okay. The court. What is it you want? A. Mechanic, Your Honor, in her 302 she clearly stated that she was taking a break from music at around the time that she had met Mr. Kelly. The court. Right. A. Mechanic, she was no longer interested in music because of the pressure that her parents had put upon her, and she's clearly lying about it now. And when I don't want the court, you haven't shown her the statement. A. Mechanic, I am going to show it to her. The court. Okay. A. Mechanic, I am going to show it to her. The court. I thought you forgot. A. Mechanic, no, I just have someone who is retrieving it for me, but I think this is opening the door to get in the fact that why she's taking a break. I don't want to get into it, but she just has to own up to it. The court. First of all, you were kind of opening 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1103. The door, not her. But I think it's okay to ask her if her parents were pressuring her. That's fine. Mechanic, okay. The court, we're just not going down the road into when you were 6 mechanic. I don't want to do that. The court, and all those things. So it's fine, we're talking about the time around when it started, that's fine. Mechanic, okay. The court, and obviously, just general rule, we are not having, and I am not suggesting you would do this, but I did preclude inquiry into a number of areas, which I'm sure you remember, but anything around the area you can show her the mechanic, okay. The court, I don't need to tell you how to do that, sorry. Sidebar concluded. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1104. In open court, jury present. The court, whenever you're ready, Mr. Can Nick. Mechanic, okay, thank you. Examination continues by Mechanic. Hugh, now, your parents proposed a number of business deals with Mr. Kelly, am I correct? Yes, they did. Hugh, and one of the business deals that they proposed to Mr. Kelly was to endorse a Bluetooth dildo, am I correct? That is correct, yes. Hugh, and, in fact, they made a number of efforts to try to get him to do this, am I correct? Yes. Hugh, and the feature of this dildo was in use, it would sing Mr. Kelly's music, correct? Correct, yes. Hugh, and it was your mother who was pretty much promoting this, am I correct? I don't remember which one of them it was. Hugh, and Mr. Kelly refused, am I correct? No, he actually told them to give him a proper proposal. Hugh, did they give him a proper proposal? I don't know. Hugh, at your graduation, didn't your mother approach Mr. Kelly? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1105. Again about endorsing this Bluetooth dildo, and he refused? No, at graduation that's when he told them to send him a proper proposal. Hugh, and it's your testimony here today under oath that he never rejected this proposal? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, overruled. Do you recall whether he rejected the proposal? The witness, in their face, no. By a mechanic, Hugh, do you recall him ever rejecting the proposal? He did confide in me later, yes. Hugh, what was that? He just said that it was not something that he could ever do. Hugh, not something he could ever do, right? Correct. M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, overruled. That's what he said. The witness, The court, all right, next question. By a mechanic, Hugh, they also tried to get him to fund a food truck, am I correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1106. I believe so, yes. Hugh, and he declined that one as well, am I correct? Yes. Hugh, and your father tried to get him to let him operate Mr. Kelly's lighting show for his concerts, am I correct? Yes, he did. Hugh, and Mr. Kelly declined that, am I correct? Yes, he did. Hugh, then your mother tried to get a job working for Mr. Kelly, am I correct? I actually told her to do that. Hugh, okay. But the answer to my question would be yes? A. I asked her to do that, yes. Q. No, I didn't ask the court, let me. Just do your best just to answer the question that Mr. Kannick is asking you. The witness, okay. The court, okay. The witness, okay. The court, put the question again, Mr. Kannick, please. The witness, yes. The court, oh, the answer is yes, okay. Ms. Geddes, I think she was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Kannick. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1107. The witness, I was asking to repeat Ms. Geddes, asking him to repeat the question. Americanic, could you read it back for me? The court, yes. And I would just appreciate if everyone would let me do my part of the job. I think I got it. Okay? All right, if you can read it back, that would be fine. Question read. A. I would have to say that wasn't true. Q. Well, your mother didn't try to get a job with Mr. Kelly as an assistant? A. I told her to do that. Q. Your mother didn't try to get a job with Mr. Kelly as an assistant? A. Herself, no. I told her to do that. The court, but then did she do it? The witness, yes, she did. The court, okay. By a mechanic, Q. Your mother didn't try to get a job with Mr. Kelly as his driver? A. Yes, she did. Q. Did she get the job? A. No, she did not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Kannick. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1108. Q. Now, at some point your mother told you to take pictures and information regarding Mr. Kelly so it could be used. Those items could be used for potential blackmail. Am I correct? A. No. Q. I'm not correct. A. That is not true. Q. And that is your testimony under oath here? A. Yes. Pause. The court, just tell the government what you're referring to, if you don't mind. M. Kannick, -2, page 2. Ms. Geddes, thank you. By M. Kannick, Q. Now, isn't it a fact that you told the government in a meeting on January 9, 2020 that before you met Mr. Kelly you were taking a break from music and enjoying life? A. Yes, I was transitioning, yes. Q. Now, you testified and told us yesterday that there was a meeting that you had with Mr. Kelly at the Dolphin Hotel? A. Yes. Q. And you testified and told us the manner that you were dressed when you went to that meeting, am I correct? A. Pardon me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Kannick. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1109. Q. You testified and told us yesterday about the attire that you wore at that meeting, am I correct? A. Yes. Q. And there was a photograph of you in evidence that you identified as the outfit that you wore on that day, am I correct? A. Yes. Q. Now, when you met with the agent in this interview that you had with them, you told them that you were dressed in baggy clothes, am I correct? The court, what kind of clothes? Americanic, baggy. The court, okay. A. To meet him? Q. Isn't it a fact that when you met with the agents, when I say the agents, the government? A. Okay. Q. Isn't it a fact that you told them that when you met with Mr. Kelly on the date that you went to the Dolphin Hotel, that you were dressed in sweat clothes? A. No. Q. And you're as absolute about that as anything else you've testified to? A. Yes. Ms. Geddes, objection. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Sam OCRRMRCRRRPR. 1110. The court overruled. By Emitter Canick, Hugh now, and isn't it a fact that you told the government in your meeting with them that you had just gotten out of a weightlifting class and you were sweating? And no, I told that to the defendant. Hugh okay. Now, when you had the meetings with the government, you were advised by the agents that they were government officials, am I correct? Yes, I was. Hugh, and they advised you that making a false statement to a government official is a crime, am I correct? Yes, they did. Hugh, and they told you the consequences of making that statement, making a false statement? No. Hugh, but you know what a crime is, correct? I do, yes. Emir Canick, too many pieces of paper, Your Honor. May I just have a moment to retrieve it? The court, yes. Pause. By Emir Canick, Hugh now, I asked you earlier about your mother seeking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Sam OCRRMRCRRRPR. 1111. Employment with Mr. Kelly, and you told me that that was your suggestion. Do you remember telling me that? Yes, it was. Hugh now, when you met with the government, did you tell them that your mother suggested that she could be employed by Mr. Kelly? I don't remember. Hugh, I'm going to show you this document, and see if it refreshes your recollection. Emir Canick, may I approach, Your Honor? The court, yes. By Emir Canick, Hugh, just direct your attention to the upper portion. Okay. Which part? Hugh, let me have that. Sorry, the front or the back? Hugh, this top paragraph. Yes. Hugh, have you read the document? Yes, I did. Yes. Hugh, did it refresh your recollection that it was your mother who suggested that she get a job with Mr. Kelly? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Sam OCRRMRCRRRPR. 1112. They could have did that inaccurately. Hugh, I didn't ask you that, whether or not what they could have done. Yeah. Hugh, what I'm asking you is, did the document refresh your recollection that it was your mother who suggested she get a job? No, I still did suggest those jobs to my mother. Hugh, so, after having read that, yes. Hugh, it does not refresh your recollection? No. Hugh, but you read the document and you saw it there, am I correct? Yes, Pause. Emir Canick, Your Honor, I am going to move to another area. The court, okay. Emir Canick, I'm done with the 302s. By Emir Canick, Hugh now, you testified there came a point in time that you're at the Dolphin Hotel, and that, according to you, my client, Mr. Kelly, asked you to perform certain sexual function behavior on you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Sam OCRRMRCRRRPR. 1113. Yes, he did. Hugh, okay. And you testified that there came a point in time that he actually did, and then police came, am I correct? Yes, that is true. Hugh, and when the police came, you were still in the room, am I correct? I was in the restroom. Hugh, but when the police were there, you were in the room, am I correct? Yes, I was. Hugh, and you spoke to them, correct? Yes, I did. Hugh, they asked you your age? They did, yes. Hugh, you told them 18? I did, yes. Hugh, they asked you for identification? I did, yes. Q. You gave them identification, am I correct? A. Yes, I did. Q. They studied the identification? A. Q. Is that a yes? A. Yes. Sorry, yes. Q. And after they finished studying the identification, they 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1114. Had you call your parents, am I correct? A. Yes, I did. Q. And you put the phone on speaker? A. Yes, I did. Q. And you spoke to your parents, am I correct? A. I did, yes. Q. Now, and your parents spoke to you in the presence of the officers? A. Yes. Q. And they never asked you to come downstairs, am I correct? A. No, they did not. Q. You didn't tell Mr. Kelly that. Well, you know what, enough of this, I'm going with the officers? A. No, I did not. Q. You didn't tell the officers that Mr. Kelly violated you, am I correct? A. I had not, no. Q. In fact, according to you, you stayed in the room and continued the sexual encounter with Mr. Kelly, am I correct? A. I did, yes. Q. And according to you, you stayed in the room and continued the sexual encounter after the officers had left, am I correct? A. Yes, I did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1115. Q. And then according to you, you didn't want this to happen, am I correct? A. I did not want this to happen, no. Q. And you felt violated, am I correct? A. I did, yes. Q. In fact, you were outraged, am I correct? A. Yes, I was. Q. But according to you, he came back into town, and you got back with him within a couple of days, am I correct? A. No, he had flown me out to the city he was in. Q. Well, isn't it your testimony that he stayed in town, and while he was in town you and he got back together sexually? A. No, I think you misunderstood me. Q. Don't tell me what I'm misunderstanding. M.S. Geddes, objection. Q. Okay? M. Mechanic, it's either yes or no, Your Honor. The court, I haven't said a word. M. Mechanic, okay. I'm sorry. By M. Mechanic, Q. Didn't you testify yesterday that he was in Orlando for a few other days, and you and he got back together a couple more times? A. No, that's not what I said yesterday. Q. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1116. And so, after you felt so violated and outraged, you flew out to meet him? I under the impression he would teach me techniques. Q. No, the court, just answer the question. The witness, okay. The court, you don't have to explain. If there's something that needs explaining, the government can ask you on redirect. The witness, okay. The court, so what is the answer to Mr. Canick's question? The witness, okay. Can you re-skit? By a mechanic, Q. After being violated, outraged and devastated, you flew out to meet him, am I correct? A. I did, yes. Q. And how shortly after, was it, you were violated, outraged and devastated, that you went out to meet him? A. How soon? Q. Yes. A probable most likely, the next weekend. Q. Did your parents go with you? A. They did not. Q. Do you have an older brother? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Samo CRRMRCRRPR. 1117. A. I do, yes. Q. Did he go out with you? A. He did not. Q. Did a chaperone go out with you? A. No, I had no chaperone. Q. Do you have an older sister? A. I do, yes. Q. Did the older sister go out with you? A. She did not, no. Q. You went out by yourself, am I correct? A. I did, yes. Q. Did you tell your parents about the violation that Mr. Kelly supposedly committed upon you before going out to meet up with him? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, overruled. A. Absolutely not. Q. Did you tell anybody? A. No one. Q. Now, when you went out the first time, where did you go? A. I believe we were on the West Coast in LA. Q. And you took time off from school? A. I tried to go on the weekend. Q. My question is, did you take time away from school on this trip? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Samo CRRMRCRRPR. 1118. A. I believe it was the weekend. Q. Didn't you testify yesterday that that trip occurred on the 21st of well, you tell me, what was the date of the trip? A. I don't actually remember the date for meeting, I would need the evidence. Q. And where were you on that trip? A. California. Q. And you testified and told us yesterday that you were flown out there by Mr. Kelly? A. His assistant. Q. Yes or no, ma'am? A. Yes. Q. Okay. And you were shown a ticket yesterday for the trip? A. Yes. Q. Where specifically did you fly? A. To California. Q. Does April 28th sound familiar, of 2015? A. That does sound familiar, yes. Q. Do you remember what day of the week April 15th, sick, was in 2015? M.S. Geddes, objection. Q. April 28th was in 2015? The court, you're not objecting to that, are you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Samo CRRMRCRRPR. 1119. M.S. Geddes, no. The court, okay. A. I don't know. A. Mechanic, Your Honor, may I approach? The court, yes. By a mechanic, Q. I'll ask you to look at this and see if it refreshes your recollection. That's a calendar, right? A. Yes. Q. The calendar is for April 2015, am I correct? A. Yes. Q. What day is April 28th? A. It is on a Tuesday. Q. That was a school day, was it not? A. Yes, it was. Q. Did you have school the following day? A. I did, yes. Q. Did you have school the following day? A. I did, yes. Q. So, the answer to my question earlier about whether or not you took time away from school to go, the answer would be yes, am I correct? A. Yes, that is true. Q. And you went with your parents' permission, am I correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Samo CRRMRCRRPR. 1120. A. Yes, I did. Q. How long did you stay out on that trip? A. I don't remember, but it was definitely days. Q. Didn't you testify yesterday that you got stuck out there? A. Yes. Q. And when you say stuck, what do you mean? A. Meaning that, like, if it was in the middle of a school week, I wouldn't be returning until Sunday or Monday. Q. Well, didn't you go to another concert on May 1st? A. Yes, I did. Q. Where was that concert? A. I don't recall. Q. And that concert was on the West Coast, was it not? A. I don't recall, I'm sorry. Q. Does Stockton, California sound correct? A. Yes, that does. Q. And you didn't fly home on in between going to the West Coast on the 28th of April and May 1st, did you? A. I don't know. Q. May 1st was a weekend, am I correct? A. I don't. Q. Let me show you this and see if it refreshes your recollection. A. Thank you. Yes, May 1st is a Friday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1121. Q. So, you didn't fly back home after flying out on April 28th, am I correct? A. No. Q. I'm not correct. A. Oh, no, you are correct, sorry. Q. And you said you went to Stockton, California? A. Yes. Q. And that was for a show, am I correct? A. Yes. Q. And you stayed at that show. What was the next show that you then went to? A. After California, I believe it was Las Vegas. Q. And you didn't go back to the East Coast, back to Orlando, am I correct? A. I don't know. Q. You don't know whether or not you went back to your home between then. What was the show, the date of the show in Las Vegas? A. I don't recall that's what I'm saying. I don't recall the date of the show in Las Vegas. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMH OCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1122. By Amir Kanik. Continuing, Q. Now, I'm going to show you this document and see if it refreshes your recollection as to the date of the concert in Las Vegas. Pause. A. May 3rd. Q. May 3rd was the date. A. Yes. 2015. Q. And you didn't fly back from Stockton to Orlando in between the May 3rd and May 1st date, did you? A. I don't think so. Q. And what day of the week was May 3rd? A. Oh, I don't know. I'm sorry. M.S. Geddes, Your Honor, will stipulate that it was a Sunday. The court, okay. Thanks. Q. And the next concert that you attended with Mr. Kelly was where? A. I don't know. Q. Now, when was it that you actually left school to just continue to fly around and go to these shows? A. It was about the ending of May. Q. Ending of May? A. Yes. Q. And before you left school to just fly around? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMH OCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1123. Consistently, how many shows had you attended before doing it pretty much on a regular basis? A. I guess whatever tours, shows he had did between April to May. Q. And it didn't matter if it was a school day or not, am I correct? A. It did matter, yes, actually. Q. How so? A. I would have to make up a lot of work when I would go back to school, like I had to stay after school, and make up work. Q. So you would make up attendance, right? A. No. Q. Either you're there or not there. A. Yes. Q. Now, and these shows that you are going around the country with Mr. Kelly and his ensemble, your parents went with you, am I correct? A. No, they did not. Q. No siblings, am I correct? A. No. Q. No chaperone, am I correct? A. No. Q. And the meeting that you had with Mr. Kelly at the Dolphin Hotel, that was an audition, am I correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMH OCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1124. A yes, it was. Q, your parents didn't go with you to that audition, am I correct? A no, they did not. Q, you went there in skinny jeans, you said? A yes, sir. Q, some type of a crop top. Q, crop top? The top was mesh, yes. Q, mesh? And you went there, according to you, to audition to see how he would evaluate your singing ability, am I correct? A yes, sir. Q, and that was important to you, am I correct? A very important. Q, and that was important to your mother, am I correct? A yes. Q, and you testified and told us that there came a point in time during your meeting, your initial meeting with Mr. Kelly in the Sprinter van, that he asked you for a kiss? A yes, he did. Q, now, when he asked you for a kiss at that point in time, this is before you went upstairs, am I correct? A correct. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1125. Q, and you got out of the van, am I correct? A yes, we did. Q, and how did you get to the Dolphin Hotel? A, I had a car that my parents had given me. Q, and when you got out of the van, you didn't go to your car, turn it on and say, I'm getting the hell out of here, correct? A, no, they made me park my car. Q, they didn't withhold your car, you could have had your car again, am I correct? A, they had the ticket. Q, right. But you could easily go and get them, give them the ticket to get your car? A, I'm saying his entourage had the ticket. Q, all right. And you're testifying, telling us that because his entourage had the ticket, you couldn't get your car? A, yeah, no, it was a thing that went up, that you needed to scan the ticket to get your car out of the parking. Q, and so because of that, you had to go upstairs? A, no, I didn't have to go upstairs because of that. Q, okay. You could have gotten home, am I correct? A, yes. Q, now, you testified and told us that after you got upstairs, Mr. Kelly asked you to relieve him, am I correct? A, he did, yes. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1126. Q, and he said that he needed to be relieved before he could listen to you audition, am I correct? A, that is true. Q, and isn't it a fact when you met with the government, you told them that, well, in one of the interviews, you told them that Mr. Kelly basically was masturbating while you sang? A, while what? Q, while you were singing. A, no, that's not, I don't think you understood what I said accurately. Q, no. My question, it was nothing you told me, ma'am. A, okay. Q, my question is, isn't it a fact that when you met with the government, you told them that Mr. Kelly was masturbating while you sang? A, I never said that, no. Q, never said that, right? A, no, not that I recall. Q, you never said it? A, I don't recall saying that. Q, now, when you were meeting with the government, there was someone in the room taking notes, am I correct? A, I believe so, yes. Q, there was more than one person in the room, am I correct? A, yes. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1127. Q, and they were taking notes, multiple people were taking notes of what you were saying, am I correct? A, yes. Q, you saw them actually writing down as you were speaking, am I correct? A, yes. Q, now, and you told us that Mr. Kelly made these entreaties of you, and you rejected him, am I correct? A, I did, yes. Q, and there came a point in time that he told that he would take care of you for the rest of your life if you allowed him to have sexual pleasure with you, am I correct? He did, yes. Q, and you never went home and told your parents any of this, am I correct? Never. Q, and when your parents called up at the room, well, when you called your parents from the room, you had them on speaker, you didn't tell them anything about this at all, am I correct? Of course not. Q, and you testified that he had video, iPads out during this encounter? Yes. Q, okay. And they were on? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1128. Yes. Q, and he was recording what was going on, am I correct? No. 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 At that point, he was watching something, and I could not see what it was. I just saw him pull out an iPad. Q, you just saw him pull out an iPad? Yes. Q, and you told the government about that during those many meetings? I believe so, yes. Q, and your single is called Liar Liar, am I correct? MS Geddes, objection. The court overruled. Yes. Q, you testified earlier about the fact that there were a number of women living with Mr. Kelly? Yes. Q, and I think you testified that there came a point in time that some of them had left? Yes. Q, now, a number of them lived there off and on, am I correct? No. Q, I'm not correct. You're not correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1129. Q, didn't Juice live there off and on? No, Juice was with him almost every hour out of the day. Q, Juice didn't have a job? No, Juice did not. Q, Juice had a car, right? No, Juice did not. Q, and Juice, when was it that she left, according to you? I don't remember when she left. I just remember the order of which girls left. So I don't know if that's helpful. Q, and what about a mechanic? May I speak to the government? The court, sure. Pause. Q, I'm showing you what's been admitted into evidence as Government Exhibit 76. Did that person live in the house? I don't know. Q, do you know who that person is? I do, yes. Q, did you see this person in the house? Yes, I would. The court, just to be clear, are we talking about the house in Atlanta? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1130. Mechanic, either house. The court, oh okay. The witness, in Atlanta? Mechanic, either house. The court, did you see that person and this is my fault? I'm confused about where the houses are. Atlanta and Chicago, correct? Mechanic, yes. The court, okay, so a yes, I did. Q, now I'm confused. You asked did I see her at the house? Yes, I did, in Chicago and both Atlanta. Q, and was she living at the house in Chicago? I don't know. Q, was she living at the house in Atlanta? I don't know. Q, when you saw her at the house in Atlanta, was it for one day? Usually it was at his discretion. Q, don't tell me about I would only see her when he would want me to. Q, when he would want you to. Did you have dinners withdrawn? The women who lived with Mr. Kelly, you would all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1131. Eat together from time to time, am I correct? A yes. Q. You would go to movies together, am I correct? A seldom, yes. Q. Did you go bowling together? A. I don't recall going bowling. Q. Did you go to picnics together? A. We would go to parks. Q. You would play volleyball together? A. I don't recall that. Q. You would have dinner together? A. Yes. Q. And that would be at all of the houses, am I correct? A. Yes. Q. And, basically, you functioned as family, am I correct? A. I wouldn't call it a family, no. Q. You wouldn't call it a family now, but back then, you operated as a family, correct? A controlled, yes. Q. Ma'am, you were there, am I correct? A. I was. Q. You stayed there, am I correct? A. I did, yes. Q. And you ate with them, am I correct? A. I did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1132. Q. You went to the movies with them, am I correct? A yes. Q. Now, you testified yesterday about my client not celebrating Christmas. Do you remember telling us about that? A. All holidays. Q. All holidays. Do you recall my, Mr. Kelly taking withdrawn? Do you recall Mr. Kelly renting a house in California for a Christmas holiday? A. Yes, I do. Q. Do you recall Mr. Kelly taking videos of all of you during the Christmas holiday? A. I do. Q. Do you recall Mr. Kelly giving gifts on Christmas? A. I do, yes. Q. Do you recall Mr. Kelly specifically giving each of you, at minimum, $10,000 to go and buy gifts for each other? A. I do. Q. So he doesn't celebrate Christmas, no holidays, in fact? A. No. What I said was they were delayed. Q. My question is you testified and told us earlier that he didn't celebrate any holidays, and my question to you is if that's not true. I said the holidays were delayed, and that if he was not celebrating, I could have went home to my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1133. Family. Q. You wanted to get that out, right? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, sustained. Is this a good time to break? M. Mechanic, a very good time. The court, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break. Just before we do, I told you that I would, and I'm not taking credit for this schedule. Ms. Green did this, but I just want to go over the days that anyway. I'll stop. So we are going to work through Thursday this week. We'll be off on Friday. Next week, we initially were going to be off on the 3rd, but because the following week, we have so many days off, we're going to work on the 3rd, on Friday the 3rd. Then next week, we have Labor Day and 2 days of Rosh Hashanah. So we will not be working the 6th, 7th or the 8th, but we'll be back on the 9th or the 10th. Then the last week in September, Yom Kippur is on the 16th, which is a Thursday, and we'll break a little bit early on the 15th in case, people have a dinner to go or something, but we will be working on the 17th as well. So if you have questions about that, why don't you direct them to Ms. Green? All right? I'm trying to make the best use of the time we have, and I think we're on schedule, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR 1134. Now we're going to break for lunch. Please don't talk about the case at all but enjoy your lunches, and I'll see you at 2:15. Jury exits. The court, all right. The witness can step out. We'll see you this afternoon. Is there anything that we have to do before everybody can sit down before we break for lunch? Mechanic, nothing from us, Your Honor. The court, okay. MS Geddes, no, Your Honor. The court, all right. Thank you so much. Have a good lunch, everyone. Lunch in recess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR 1135. Afternoon session, in open court, outside the presence of the jury. The court, I do want to put on the record you now have binders that are just duplicates of exhibits that you've already turned over, but now they're organized by witness, I assume, or just MS Geddes. No, they're organized in the same fashion that we previously had provided to the defendants in electronic form. The court, okay. MS Geddes, but they're the court, they're all in nice binders? MS Geddes, yes. The court, thank you so much. Are we ready to get the witness? MS Geddes, yes. The witness, Jane, resumes the stand. The court, and let's get the jury, please. Jury enters. The court, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope your lunch was a good one. We are ready to continue with the cross-examination of the witness. Mechanic, thank you, Your Honor. The clerk, the witness is reminded she's still under oath. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross-Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR 1136. The witness, yes. Cross-examination, continued, by Mechanic. Hugh, you testified and told us earlier that there were some of the live-in girlfriends of Mr. Kelly that left the relationship. Do you remember telling us about that? Yes. Hugh was someone by the name of Summer, one of the clerk. The jurors can't hear you. Hugh was someone by the name of Summer, one of those individuals? I don't know her. Hugh, do you know someone by the name of Sarah? A who? Hugh, Sarah? A Sarah? Hugh, yes. A no. Hugh, do you know someone by the name of, I don't want to call names. You mentioned someone by the name of Nick? Yes. Hugh, she left the relationship at some point? Yes. Hugh, didn't she come and go? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross-Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR 1137. Hugh, you left the relationship a couple of times as well, am I correct? Yes. Hugh, and when you left the relationship, you went down to Florida, am I correct? Once. Hugh, and you were with your family, am I correct? Yes. Hugh, do you remember when that was? I don't. Hugh, and in the relationship, you had, provided by Mr. Kelly, shopping sprees? Yes. Hugh, visits to the spas? Yes. Hugh, nail salons? Yes. Hugh, Uber account? Yes. Hugh, Lyft account? Yes. Hugh, telephone? Yes. Hugh, iPad? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1138. Q. And then, of course, you had the services of the assistants who Mr. Kelly engaged to provide services to you and the other guests, his girlfriends? A. Yes. Q. And those people, their responsibility was to make sure that you were serviced in terms of getting the things that you requested of them, am I correct? A. Yes. Q. And sometimes that would include providing transportation service as well, am I correct? A. Yes. Q. Now, I asked you earlier this morning that during your interview with the government, whether or not you told the government that your mother told you to take as many pictures as you possibly could of you and Mr. Kelly together, and to include the crazy face ones kissing because you felt that your mother wanted to exploit Mr. Kelly to the media and take advantage of his finances. M.S. Geddes, objection as to form. The court, yes, as to form. Why don't you break it down? Q. Isn't it a fact that you told the government during one of your sessions with them that your mother told you to take as many pictures of you and Mr. Kelly together? A. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1139. Q. And isn't it also a fact that you told the government that she said to you, requested of you to include the crazy face ones kissing, isn't that a fact? A. I don't recall that, no. Q. Well, I'm going to show you this document and see if it refreshes your recollection. M.S. Geddes, what number? M. Mechanic, 4, page 6. Q. Directing your attention to the highlighted portion at the bottom. Pause. A. Okay. Q. Have you reviewed it? A. Yes. Q. Did it refresh your recollection? A. It does. Q. That your mother wanted you to take these pictures, as many of them as possible, including the ones that you were kissing? A. Yes, I still don't. Q. I didn't ask you what you think. I asked you does it. A. I still don't recall it. Q. You don't recall it? A. Yeah, no. Q. But you were at the meeting with the government, correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1140. A. I was, yes. Q. And you testified earlier they took notes, am I correct? A. Yes. Q. You saw them writing, am I correct? A. Yes, I did. Q. And now, I asked you earlier whether you met with the government in preparation of giving testimony to the jury. Do you remember me asking you that? A. Yes. Q. And you told me that you did a number of times. Am I correct? A. Yes, sir. Q. During that prep session, did the government and you go over questions that you were likely to be asked on cross-examination? A. We did, yes. Q. You did? So the government prepped you for questions that they thought you were going to be asked in cross-examination, am I correct? A. Yes. Q. And this was one of the questions, am I correct? A. Yes. Q. And the government showed you this document, am I correct? A. No, I never saw any documents. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1141. Q. But this is one of the questions? A. Yes. Q. Now, at that meeting, didn't you tell the government that you felt that your mother wanted this to be done so that she could exploit Mr. Kelly to the media? A. I don't recall that. Q. That's in the document you just read, am I correct? A. It is, yes. Q. And she wanted to exploit him because, according to you, because you were only 17? That's what's said in the document, yes. Q. And, basically, you were the only person in that room giving information to the government, correct? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, sustained. Q. On the date that you were there being briefed by the government, the dates, you were the only person giving the government information about this incident, am I correct? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, overruled. There was no other witness in there with you, was there? The witness, no. Q. So they were getting the information from you? A. Correct. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross Cannick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1142. Q. And now you testified earlier this morning, and you told us that when you were at those meetings, you saw documents, am I correct? A. Yes. Q. And you're telling us now that this is not one of the documents you saw? A. I never saw any notes that were taken. Q. No, not notes. A. I've never seen any documents like that before. Q. Now, I want to go back. I asked you earlier this morning about your dress, when you went to the Dolphin to the audition by Mr. Kelly, and you told us that you wore skinny jeans and the mesh blouse or crop top. A. Yes. Q. And I asked you, isn't it a fact that you were just going there from your weightlifting class, and you were sweaty? A. That is not true. Q. Okay. Now again, you were debriefed by the government, am I correct? A. I was, yes. Q. And you were the only person giving the government information at the time you were in the room about your visiting with Mr. Kelly to audition at the Dolphin, am I correct? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross Cannick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1143. A. Correct. Q. Isn't it a fact that you told Mr. Kelly that you told the government, that the date you first met with Mr. Kelly at the Dolphin, it was after school? That's what you told them, right? A. It was, yes. Q. And you went on to tell them that you had been weightlifting and was sweaty? A. That was not accurate. Q. You didn't tell them that? A. What are you asking me? Can you rephrase it? Q. Didn't you tell the government that on the date that you went to visit Mr. Kelly at the Dolphin Hotel, you had been weightlifting at school and you were sweaty? A. I don't recall. Q. Directing your attention to the bottom portion, the highlighted portion, see if that refreshes your recollection. Pause. A. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't recall. Q. So let me ask you, when you were there and being debriefed, was anyone at this table taking notes from you, taking the notes? A. I don't remember. Q. But they were all in the room, right? A. Yes. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross Cannick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1144. Q. Okay. Now, you testified before the grand jury in this case, am I correct? A. Pardon? Q. You testified before the grand jury in connection with this case, am I correct? A. Correct. Q. And you were sworn then, am I correct? A. I was, yes. Q. You were sworn to tell the truth just like you were here. You were sworn when you came here, am I correct? A. Correct, yes. Q. Do you remember telling the grand jury? He continuously asked me over and over again to be intimate with him. I told him that I just left school and I had gotten out of weightlifting practice. A. I do recall saying that, yes. Q. So in the grand jury, you swore that you had just gotten out of weightlifting class, am I correct? Yes or no? Am I correct? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, the objection is sustained. Go ahead, but that objection is sustained. Do you want to talk at the sidebar? Mechanic, yes. Yes. Continued on next page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR 1145. The following occurred at sidebar. The court, I don't think there's an inconsistency. I think the testimony on direct was that's what she told the defendant. I don't think she said that that's what actually happened. That's my recollection. Mechanic, you're probably right, Your Honor. The court, well, it's a rare occasion. So I think that's the confusion and why the witness might be, but mechanic, okay. Okay. Ms. Geddes, that's my recollection. The court, is that correct? Ms. Geddes, yes, Your Honor. Mechanic, I stand corrected. The court, well, I was explaining why I was sustaining the objection. Mechanic, sure, and I appreciate it. The court, I'm sure you do. End of sidebar. Continued on next page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Cannick. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR 1146. By Emitter Cannick, you testified yesterday and told the jury that although you had sexual encounters with Mr. Kelly, the first time there was actual intercourse was at a trip in Stockton? Yes. When you met with the government to discuss this case, that was back in 2019. Am I correct? Yes. And that was closer in time to the sorry. What year did you say? 2019 when you first met with the government. No, I don't think. Was it in January of 2020? Yes. So that was closer in time to the allegation than today, am I correct? Can you rephrase that? When you first spoke with the government about this supposed intercourse, that was in 2020? Yes. And the incident according to you occurred in 2015? Correct. Okay. And today, we're in actually 2021, right? Correct. When you spoke with the government, didn't you tell? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Cannick. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR 1147. Then that the first time you had intercourse or penetration, it was in Los Angeles. I don't recall. Continued on next page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Mr. Cannick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1148. Cross-examination, continued, by M.R. Cannick. Well, let's refresh your recollection. Counsel approaches the witness. You've reviewed it? Yes, I did. Isn't it a fact that the first time you had, according to you from what you told the government, that you told the government the first time you had actual intercourse with Mr. Kelly it was in Los Angeles? The location is not accurate. My question to you, ma'am, isn't it a fact that you told the government that the first time that you had sexual intercourse with Mr. Kelly was in Las Vegas? No, I did not say Las Vegas. Okay. And again, if the government they were these same people in the room, am I correct? Correct. And they were taking notes, am I correct? Yes, sir. Q. What's what in the document? Am I correct? A. Yes, sir. The court. I'm sorry, is it Las Vegas or Los Angeles? A. Mechanic, Los Angeles. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross Mr. Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1149. The court. Okay. Q. Now before coming in here and giving testimony to this jury, you and the government went over where this first-time occasion of having intercourse with Mr. Kelly occurred. Am I correct? A. Correct. Q. You discussed that and went over Stockton versus Los Angeles. Am I correct? A. That is correct. Q. Because somewhere someone realized that it didn't add up. Am I correct? A. No. M.S. Geddes. Objection. The court. I'm just going is to sustain the objection to the last thing last about adding up. M. Mechanic. Okay. Q. Isn't it a fact that Mr. Kelly was not in Los Angeles until October of 2015? A. I don't recall. Q. Let's see if this refreshes you. Counsel approaches the witness. Q. I'm going to ask you to direct your attention to these 3 pages that I'm handing to you and see if that refreshes your recollection. M.S. Geddes. What are you showing her? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross Mr. Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1150. A. Mechanic, his concert calendar. M.S. Geddes, may I see it? A. Mechanic, I gave it to you. M.S. Geddes, I don't have it. Pause in the proceedings. M.S. Geddes, Your Honor, may we have a brief sidebar? The court. No. It is true that you can use anything to refresh recollection, but just show the government what you're. A. Mechanic, I did. The court. Okay. Counsel approaches the witness. By a. Mechanic, Q. Again, looking at these 3 pages, see if it refreshes your recollection as to when Mr. Kelly first appeared in Los Angeles in 2015. A. Okay. Q. You've read it? A. Yes. Q. Does it refresh your recollection as to when that withdrawn? Does it refresh your recollection that the first time Mr. Kelly appeared in Los Angeles in 2015 was in the month of October? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross Mr. Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1151. A. Yes, that is true. Q. Now yesterday and today you told us about the police coming to the door when you and Mr. Kelly were in the Dolphin Hotel, and you told us about the fact that you were on top of him, and according to you he was licking your butt. And do you recall telling the government, in one of those sessions, that when you met up with Mr. Kelly at the Dolphin Hotel in Florida in his room, he masturbated in front of you while you were singing? A. I don't recall that. Q. See if this refreshes your recollection. A. Which part? Q. Right there, indicating. Having read that, does that refresh your recollection that you told the government that Mr. Kelly masturbated while you were singing? A. It is not. Q. It does not. But you, it's in the document, am I correct? A. Correct. Q. And you saw them talking notes, am I correct? A. Correct. Q. You were the only person telling them about this incident, am I correct? A. Correct. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross Mr. Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1152. Q. Now, you testified and told the jury earlier that Mr. Kelly did absolutely zero to help you further your musical career. Do you remember telling us that? A. Correct. Q. Now, when you met with the government, you told them that there was a time that Kelly would provide you 35 minutes to an hour of music-related interests. Do you remember telling them that? A. I did, yes. Q. And then you went on to tell the government that practicing was hard for you. Practicing music was hard for you? A. I don't recall saying that. Counsel approaches the witness. Q. You looked over it? A. Yes. Q. Does it refresh your recollection that you told the government that practicing music was hard for you? A. No, I don't recall. Q. Okay. But it's in the document, am I correct? A. Correct. M.S. Geddes, objection. The court overruled. Q. Now, do you recall telling the government further that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross, Mr. Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1153. Kelly told you that you were not pulling your weight as far as your music career is concerned. A. I don't recall that. Counsel approaches the witness. Q. Bottom portion right there, indicating. You read it? A. Yes, sir. Q. Does it refresh your recollection that you told the government that Kelly told you that you weren't pulling your weight as far as your music career was concerned? A. I don't recall that. Q. But it's in the document, right? A. Yes, it is. Q. Now, you testified and told us earlier before lunch that Kelly did not celebrate holidays. Do you remember telling us that? A. I said the holidays were celebrated delayed. Q. Well, yesterday when you testified, you told us that he did not celebrate holidays. Do you remember telling us that? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court overruled. Did you say that yesterday? The witness, I recall saying that they were delayed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross, Mr. Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1154. By Mr. Canick. Q. You do recall being asked this question and giving this answer. Page 935. Question. What, if anything, do you recall happening on December 28 of 2015? Answer. Me and the defendant had gotten into an argument. Question. And do you recall the nature of the argument? Answer. Yes, I do. Question. What was it about? Answer. He had expressed to me that he didn't celebrate holidays because he no longer had his family. Were you asked those questions and give that answer? A. Yes, correct. Q. Okay. Now in that answer you didn't say it was delayed, am I correct? A. In that answer I said he. Q. And when you say he, you were talking about Mr. Kelly, am I correct? A. Yes. Q. And you told the jury that Mr. Kelly no longer celebrated holidays, correct? A. That's exactly what he told me. Q. My question to you, is that not what you told the jury? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross, Mr. Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1155. Can you rephrase it? Q. Isn't it a fact that you told the jury yesterday that he expressed to me that he didn't celebrate holidays because he no longer had his family? That he expressed to me, yes. Q. And you told the jury this under oath yesterday, right? A. Yes. Q. Now Mr. Kelly celebrated Father's Day? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court overruled. A. Yes. Q. He celebrated Thanksgiving? A yes. Q 4th of July? A yes. Q New Year's? A not that I can recall. Q Christmas? A yes. Q Christmas huge Christmas tree every year, right? A yes. Q okay. In fact, 40 feet? A not every year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Mr. Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1156. Q not every year. You've seen it, right? A yes. Q and he gave out substantial gifts? A correct. Q and some of the girlfriends went home for Christmas, am I correct? A I never recall that. Q the picture that I showed you earlier today, didn't that person go home one Christmas? A I don't recall that. Q now Mr. Kelly would videotape Christmas holidays and celebrations, am I correct? A yes. Q in fact, he would videotape almost everything, am I correct? A he would, yes. Q trips to the beach? A yes. Q playing around the house? A yes. Q he would just use his iPad or camera to videotape most things, am I correct? A can you rephrase that? Q he would use his camera or iPad to video on a daily basis. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Mr. Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1157. Non-sexual events? That is not true. Q at the times that you guys would hang out, he would videotape, am I correct? A correct, yes. Q how often would you hang out? A I would be with the defendant every day. Q no, my question, I said hang out. Are you going out or are you around the house? Around the house. Q and he would videotape you around the house, am I correct? A correct. Q and he videotaped everyone around the house, am I correct? A correct. Q now, you testified and told us yesterday that when you'd go to the gym to watch Mr. Kelly play basketball, you could not watch any other man. Do you remember telling us that? A yes. Q how could you watch him without watching other men? A I do not know, sir. Q but you said you did it, right? A I did, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Mr. Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1158. Q but you don't know how you did it? A I actually stopped going to basketball. Q no, not that's not my question. My question is, do you know how you did it? You said you did, and I'm just asking how did you do it? I would usually look by his shoes, and then when I would find his shoes, I would look at him. Q what kind of shoes was he wearing? We would pack his basketball bags, so we would usually know. Q beg your pardon? We would pack his basketball bags, so we would usually know what he was wearing. Q what kind of shoes was he wearing? Workout shoes. Q Nikes? Yeah. Q Air Force Ones? No. Q not Air Force Ones. Okay. And his shoes were different from every other person on the court? Correct. Q what color was his shoes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Mr. Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1159. What night are you referring to? Q. Any night. I mean his bags were packed every single day, so. Any night it could have been a different pair of shoes. He had over thousands. Q. Okay. So the colors that he would generally wear would be white and black? M.S. Geddes. Objection. The court. I don't understand the relevance of it. R.Kelly. They brought this up on direct yesterday, so I'm just trying to explore her ability to see the defendant, my client, without the court, looking at other people? R.Kelly. Yes. And looking at other people. The court. All right. Are we talking about just at basketball games? R.Kelly. That's what they asked. The court. I'm just asking you. R.Kelly. Yes, just at basketball games. The court. Did you look at other men at basketball games? The witness. I did, yes. By R.Kelly. Hugh, now you testified earlier and told us that at this encounter at the Dolphin, Mr. Kelly recorded you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross, Mr. Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1160. I never said that, no. Hugh, you said he took out a camera. At the Dolphin Hotel? Hugh, yes. I said he took out an iPad. Hugh, did he record you? I said I never saw what he did with the iPad. Hugh, so you don't know if he recorded you or not? I don't. Hugh, when you spoke with the government one time, you told the government that he recorded you every time except at the Dolphin. Do you remember telling them that? I don't. Counsel approaches the witness. Hugh, directing your attention to the bottom portion. Isn't it a fact that when you met with the government, you told the government that Mr. Kelly recorded you every time except at the Dolphin? I don't recall that. Hugh, but it's in the document? Yes, it is. Hugh, and in the grand jury, you told the grand jury that he recorded you every time you had sex with him. Do you remember telling the grand jury that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross, Mr. Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1161. I don't recall, I'm sorry. R.Kelly, page 26. Counsel approaches the witness. R.Kelly, I'm going to withdraw that question. The court, okay. By R.Kelly, Hugh, now, going back to the year Mr. Kelly told you he would help you with your music, isn't it a fact that when you were interviewed by the government regarding this issue, you told the government that Mr. Kelly told you that you were lazy and needed to concentrate on your music more? I don't recall that. Counsel approaches the witness. Hugh, you read it? Yes, sir. Hugh, isn't it a fact that when you were debriefed by the government, you told them Mr. Kelly said you were lazy and you needed to concentrate on your music more? No, that's not accurate. Hugh, but that's in the document, right? Yes, sir. Hugh, and you were the person imparting the information to the government, correct? Yes, sir. Hugh, now the government asked you about calling Mr. Kelly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross, Mr. Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1162. Daddy. Do you remember telling them that? Yes, sir. Hugh, now, you said that Mr. Kelly asked you to call him Daddy the first time you met. Am I correct? I don't recall saying the first time we met. Hugh, when was it that he first asked you to call him Daddy? I don't recall, but it was immediately. Hugh, what's immediate is not the first time. No, not the first time. Hugh, second time? Yeah, I don't recall when, but I do know that it was immediate. I'm sorry. Q, so you called him other names as well, am I correct? Not after, no. After he expressed that name, no. Q, well, didn't you call him Bear? Years later, yes. Q, in fact, you would ride him, up until 2019, calling him Bear, am I correct? That is not true. Q, didn't you also call him Papa Bear? Yes, I did. Q, and you called him that up until 2019, am I correct? Not from 2015, if that's what you're asking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Mr. Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1163. Q, no, what I'm asking you is what I just asked. MS Geddes, objection. The court, overruled. Q, didn't you call him Papa Bear up until 2019? I did, yes. Q, and he called you Mama Bear, am I correct? That is true. Q, and he had nicknames for the other girlfriends as well, am I correct? I never heard them. Q, well, isn't it a fact that you told the government that he would call the other girls Cookie? I never said that. Q, never said it? Never. Counsel approaches the witness. Q, asking you to direct your attention to the last 3 lines. Isn't it a fact that when you met with the government, you told the government that Mr. Kelly would call the other girlfriends Cookie? That is not accurate. Q, it's in the document, right? Correct. Q, and you're saying the government made all these errors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Mr. Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1164. Am I correct? MS Geddes, objection. The court, overruled. I just said that is not accurate. Q, if you didn't say it and it's in the document, then the government must have made a mistake, correct? Correct. Q, it's multiple mistakes as far as you're concerned, correct? MS Geddes, objection. The court, sustained. Q, now, you testified and told the jury that there came a point in time that you learned that you had herpes. Do you remember telling the government that? Correct. Q, and you told the government that it was my client who gave you the herpes, am I correct? That is correct. Q, okay. Now, during the course of time that you stayed that you were with Mr. Kelly, family members came to visit you, am I correct? That is true. Q, and how often would they come visit you? Seldom. Q, and they would have their cameras with them there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Mr. Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1165. Phones, am I correct? Not that I can recall. Q, well, wasn't there a time that your sister was at the studio taking videos and pictures? Yes. Q, and how long was she there? I believe she was in Chicago for less than 72 hours. Q, now you testified yesterday and told us that there were some photographs that you took of my client, or took them taken by both of you or him, but these photographs were at a cover shoot, I think you had said. Correct, yes. Q, and these are photographs basically of Mr. Kelly dressed in certain wardrobes preparing for a cover? Correct, yes. Q, and you testified and told us that you sent those to your girlfriend just in case, am I correct? Correct. Q, just in case of what? Just in case the defendant had broken my phone or anything. Q. Now the ones that you testified and told us earlier that you got a chastisement, and in that chastisement you sustained a beating from my client. Am I correct? Which chastising are you referring to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross, Mr. Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1166. Hugh, there was one where you supposedly sustained broken skin? Do you remember telling us about that? Correct, yes. Hugh, okay. And you testified and told us about one where you were beaten with a closed hand? Those were not chastisings. Hugh, those were what? Those were physical abuse. Hugh, physical abuse, all right. And that physical abuse, you sustained a beating, am I correct? Correct. Hugh, and you were beaten about the face? He would slap me in my face. Hugh, you were beaten about the face? Yes. Hugh, you were beaten about the body? Yes. Hugh, you were beaten all over, am I correct? Yes, sir. Hugh, you had the camera, am I correct? Not that I can recall. Hugh, you had her camera on your phone? Yes, sir. Hugh, did you take any pictures of those and send them of your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross, Mr. Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1167. Beatings of the injuries and send them to any family member? I actually did take pictures of bruises, yes. Hugh, my question to you is, did you take them and send them to a family member, just in case? No, sir. Hugh, did you send them to this very same friend, just in case? Not that I can recall. Hugh, so the picture that you sent was a picture of Mr. Kelly narrowly attired for a cover sheet, and you sent that to a friend just in case? Correct. Hugh, now Mr. Kelly put you on a pedestal, did he not? No, he did not. Hugh, well, isn't it a fact that you told government during one of those interviews that Mr. Kelly put you on a pedestal? I do not recall. Counsel approaches the witness. Hugh, look at the highlighted portion of this and see if that refreshes your recollection. You've read it? I do. Hugh, does that refresh your recollection that you told the government that Mr. Kelly put you on a pedestal? It does. Hugh, he put you on a pedestal, am I correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross, Mr. Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1168. No, he did not. Hugh, that's in the document, am I correct? That is true, yes. Hugh, that's what you told the government, am I correct? That is what is in the document. Hugh, but you were the only one conveying the information to the government, am I correct? Correct. Hugh, now you testified and told us earlier about a situation where you drove from a show in Key West, you said? Yes. Hugh, up to Daytona? Up to Jacksonville? Yes. Hugh, how did you get there? By car. Hugh, how long was the drive, would you say? I don't recall, but I do know it was a few hours. Hugh, a few hours? Yes. Hugh, now, what was the name of the venue that he performed? It was an outside event, and it was for a breast cancer awareness event. Hugh, but it wasn't in the street, it had a name? I don't recall the name of the show. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross, Mr. Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1169. Hugh and who else was on the show? I believe there were other people that had different times. Hugh, and what was your time? I believe my time was around 8:38. Hugh, 8:38? Yes. Hugh, how long did you perform? I didn't perform long because the show had actually ended early. Hugh, were you still performing at 9 o'clock? I don't remember. Hugh, but you know you got on at 8:30? Yes, around 8 p.m. Hugh, do you remember well, was it 8 or 8:30? I said 8 or 8:30, yes. Hugh, 8 or 8:30? Which one was it? Ms. Geddes, objection. The court, do you remember what time? The witness, I don't remember. Hugh, and do you remember how many songs you did? I believe I did about 2 to 3 songs. Hugh, okay. And then did you stay around after that? No, it ended early. Hugh, are you aware that the trip by car from Jacksonville to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross, Mr. Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1170. Key West is about 8 hours. No, I'm not aware of that. Hugh, you said it took you guys a couple of hours to get there. Yes, I could have the location wrong. I apologize. Hugh, now during your time from July to the end of August, how many times did your parents visit you at Mr. Kelly's? The court, what year? Hugh, 2015. Between July and August? Hugh, July and the end of August, how many times did your parents visit you at Mr. Kelly's? I believe once. Hugh, and from the end of August until the end of 2015, how many times? I don't know. Hugh, now would it be fair to say that you were in constant communications with your family from the time that you moved to Mr. Kelly's until the end of 2015? Yes. Hugh, and you had video contacts with them? Facebook contacts, I'm sorry. A Facebook? Hugh, yes. No. Hugh, text. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross, Mr. Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1171. A text, yes. Hugh, phone calls? Yes. Hugh, and then you'd have visits by your sister from time to time? My sister visited once. Hugh, once? Okay. And there came a point in time that the contact was not as regular, am I correct? Correct. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Canick. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1172. Examination continues by MR Canick. Hugh, and you made that decision to cut back the contact, am I correct? No, I did not make that decision. Hugh, do you recall speaking on a YouTube chat where you and your father spoke about it, and you said it was your decision not to make contact as frequently? I do not recall that. Hugh, do you recall making a YouTube video, with your father about communicating during the time you were with Mr. Kelly? A YouTube video, no, I do not. Hugh, or any type of social media forum where you and your father spoke about the contacts between you and the family when you were with Mr. Kelly? I do not recall that. Americanic, Your Honor, may we approach? The court, sure. Sidebar held outside the hearing of the jury. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1173. The following sidebar took place outside the hearing of the jury. Americanic. I just want to give the government an opportunity to see the video that we are about to show. I'm sure they've seen it. MS Gettys, it's a documentary, correct? I think that's part of the confusion, for what it's worth. Americanic, yes, well, I don't know. I just saw it and we just took it. But it's one with her and her dad talking about MS Gettys, yes. Americanic, they're familiar with it. Do you need a copy of it? MS Gettys, no, I know what it is, but my only issue is I would like the witness to hear it herself, and not play it for the entire jury, because it may refresh her recollection, which I suspect it will. The court, that is probably the way to do it. May I make a suggestion about this? Americanic, sure. The court, maybe we want to come back to it, and then at the break you can play it for her? Americanic, okay. The court, and then I don't want to break, I mean. We can take the break now if you want, but then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1174. Americanic, yeah, maybe we took it now. The court, well, the only thing is that I worry about then is jurors, then they have 2 whole hours. Americanic, what time is it now? The court, it's 3:15. Americanic, okay, well, then I am going to go over some letters with her now. MS Gettys, okay. The court, I don't want to knock you off your Americanic. I wanted to end a certain way, but, you know, I'm always deference, I always defer to the court. The court, well, I think really it's in everybody's interest not to have jurors sitting for 2 straight hours, that's the only reason. Americanic, okay. The court, as riveting. Americanic, don't poke fun, Judge. The court, I'm not poking fun. Sidebar concluded. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1175. In open court, jury present. Americanic, Your Honor, based on our sidebar, I will come back to that. The court, okay. Examination continues by Americanic. Hugh, there was a time, going back to the trip to Jacksonville, when you got to Jacksonville, you and your mother withdrawn. You and your mother had traveled up to Jacksonville. Together by car, am I correct? Correct. Hugh and you got there early morning hours? It was after his show had ended, yes. Hugh and you wanted a bed, you needed a place to stay, am I correct? Yes. Hugh and you were offered 2 bedrooms by Mr. Kelly's assistant, am I correct? Correct, yes. Hugh and your mother said that she would go and stay elsewhere, am I correct? That is not correct. Hugh, it's not correct, okay. Where did your mother stay that night? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1176. I believe she had taken his assistant's room, and his assistant went to a different hotel. Hugh, isn't it a fact that she refused the room? No, she did not. She had been driving and did, in fact, want a room. Hugh, isn't it a fact that you told the government during your interview with them that your mother refused the room and wanted her own room? That is not accurate. Q. So, again, the government made another mistake? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, sustained. By a mechanic, Q showing you this document, and I direct your attention to the second paragraph. Pause. Sir. Q. Yes, just a second. Isn't it a fact that your mother was offered a room, but refused it? That's not accurate. Q. It's in the document, right? Yes, sir. Q. And, according to you, the document is wrong? Yes, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1177. Q. You wrote about that incident, am I correct? What are you referring to? Q. You made some notes about that incident, the trip up to Jacksonville, am I correct, with your mom? What type of notes are you referring to? M.S. Geddes, what are you showing? What is this? Pause. Mechanic, Your Honor, I am going to ask that this be marked Defense O. The court, okay. By a mechanic, Q. I show you what's been marked Defense O for identification. Do you recognize it? I do. Q. Your handwriting? This is. Q. You wrote it? Yes, I did. Mechanic, Your Honor, I am going to offer it into evidence as Defense Exhibit O. The court, any objection? M.S. Geddes, as long as you give the witness an opportunity to explain it, no objection. The court, all right, well, she will explain it. If Mr. Cannick doesn't give her the opportunity, I'm sure you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Cannick. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1178. Will. All right, that's in as Defense O. Defense Exhibit O was received in evidence. By a mechanic, Q. I am going to show you another, P. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense P for identification. Let me know if you recognize it. Pause. Q. Is this your handwriting? Yes, sir. Q. You wrote it? Yes, sir, I did. A mechanic, I'm offering it into evidence as Defense Exhibit P. M.S. Geddes, I've never seen it. One moment, Judge. Mechanic, got it from you. M.S. Geddes, well, I have no idea what Defense P is. Pause. M.S. Geddes, do you have the whole document? Mechanic, no. M.S. Geddes, I object on that ground then. Mechanic, then we'll put the whole document in. Do we have the whole document? M.S. Geddes, I don't think this is the whole document. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Cannick. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1179. Mechanic, that's how we got it. M.S. Geddes, you may have gotten it that way. Your Honor, may we have a brief sidebar on this, or I could do it orally. The court, let's do it at the sidebar. Sidebar held outside the hearing of the jury. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1180. The following sidebar took place outside the hearing of the jury. M.S. Geddes, so, defense counsel has provided me pages of certain letters. I don't care if they go into evidence, but I want the entirety of the letter in evidence so there's context to what this is, and this is not the entirety of M.R. Cannick, we can do that. The court, okay. Mechanic, we can do that. MS Geddes, okay. Mechanic, I won't put it in now. MS Geddes, okay. Mechanic, I'll get the entire document and come back to it. I'll move on to another document. The court, you can take yes for an answer. Do you have like a little teeny thing you can do until 3:30, or do you want to break now? Mechanic, we can do this teeny thing until 3:30. The court, okay. Sidebar concluded. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1181. In open court, jury present. Mechanic, Your Honor, I am going to show the witness a 2-page document as defense for identification Q. The court, Q. Mechanic, yes. The court, okay. Examination continues by Mechanic. Q, do you recognize the document? A, I do, yes. Q, it's a document you prepared? This is, yes. Mechanic, Your Honor, I am offering it as defense exhibit Q. The court, any objection? MS Geddes, yes, Your Honor. The court, you object? MS Geddes, yes. The court, can I see it? This is what we are going to do now, I think. Let's take a break. It is time for your afternoon break anyway. I have to discuss a few matters with the lawyers, so this one might be 20 minutes, but please don't talk about the case, and I will see you after the break. The courtroom deputy, all rise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1182. Jury exits. The court, everybody can have a seat, and the witness can step down. Witness steps down and exits the courtroom. The court, can I see that document that you are objecting to? Oh, I forgot I sent the witness out, didn't I? Well, let's first talk about this defendant's Q. This is a letter that was written when? MS Geddes, while the defendant was incarcerated. The court, and it's a letter that the witness wrote. MS Geddes, yes. The court, and what's the basis of your objection? MS Geddes, the basis is that, number 1, I'm not sure why it's relevant, but if it does get admitted, the government wants to inquire the circumstances under which she wrote this letter. And the circumstances are that the defendant had been incarcerated for a period of time, and the defendant had instructed the witness that she was only to provide, talk about happy things, and just stay positive. And it's not she's not going to be able to explain that without also explaining the fact that he had been incarcerated for a period of time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1183. The court, well, I think that's all right with you, isn't it, Mr. Can Nick? Mechanic, no, it's not a problem. The court, just turn on your microphone. So with that proviso, it's admissible. I mean, it is admissible evidence. MS Geddes, I'm also not sure how it's relevant regardless. The court, well, it's relevant to the witness description of their relationship, and you can redirect on it, but it does open the door that he is incarcerated. Mechanic, I think the world knows that, Your Honor. The court, well, I don't know what the world knows, but I had taken steps to make sure that the jury didn't find out about it, particularly during the course of jury selection where we were very careful to make sure that that wasn't apparent. So, I am just saying it is not something that I take lightly, but if it is something, and I am not saying that you do either, but if it is, I don't even know why we're having this conversation. Obviously, you know that it opens the door and you're fine with it. Americanic, Your Honor, the only thing I would like to say. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1184. The court, yes. Americanic, is that the government could ask the question of the witness the very same way they asked the earlier question. There came a point the time you and defendant, they're going to call him the defendant, you and the defendant were separated. During this time you and the defendant were separated, right? And at some point you guys spoke and he asked you to only write letters that are complimentary, flowering and glory. You don't have to go there unless you want to go there. The court, well, I assume that goes for almost any question that anybody asks, but there is certainly a significant difference between somebody who is just like in another town and somebody who is incarcerated. But I don't really understand you to be making that objection, so I think the circumstances under which these letters are written, if you are introducing them, the circumstances of them are relevant. And one of the circumstances, and I take it this is at a point where she is still connected to him, and so she still cares about him. I think that is relevant. So I will permit you to introduce it, and I will. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1185. Permit the government to ask the witness questions about it on redirect examination. M.S. Geddes, Your Honor, could you instruct, or could I, but fine if Your Honor does it, but instruct the witness on redirect she is permitted to reference the fact that the defendant is in jail because I had instructed her previously not to mention that. The court, well, I don't think Mr. Can Nick will object if I have you tell her that. I prefer to have the parties M.S. Geddes, okay. The court, talk to their own witnesses. You don't have a problem with that, do you? Americanic, well, I think there's a way to get around this without mentioning the jail factor. The court, oh, we're back to that now, okay. Americanic, yes, because I mean the government did it before without mentioning the fact that he's in jail. I think that the very same approach works here as well. The court, I don't understand. So the relevance of this, as I understand it, you are putting it in to show that she is expressing affection for him and concern, correct so far? Americanic, right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1186. The court, the government responds that he instructed her to write letters this way M.S. Geddes, and Americanic, but why the court? So, again, just let me finish. I mean if he's incarcerated, I guess it goes to her motive to be sending him cheerful letters. M.S. Geddes, in addition, though, the defendant was well aware that all of his mail was being monitored by prison officials, and he instructed this witness, and other people communicating with him, that under no circumstances were they to write anything negative in a letter because it would be caught. And so, the fact that he was in jail, and was very cognizant of prison officials reviewing this is absolutely relevant, and goes to why it would be this letter versus a very different letter. The court, are there other letters that are written before he was incarcerated that contain similar expressions of affection? Americanic, I'd have to check, Your Honor. The court, and maybe you just want to go with one of those instead. Otherwise, I do think if she was given certain instructions given the fact that prison officials are going to be looking at the letters, that is another factor too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1187. Consider. I am going to suggest that you take a look. I am not as familiar by any stretch of the imagination as you all are by what the evidence is, so there may be something else that is written when he's not incarcerated. The other question that I have, though, how do you want to do this thing with showing the witness the clip that you want to show her? Mechanic, Mr. Scholar will show her. The court, but does it have to be on the record? Mechanic, I think the government they have no objection, but it's just a situation, and I don't want to speak for the government, but they would like her to view it before we offer it. The court, right, because they don't want the jury to see it if it doesn't come in. Mechanic, right. The court, so I don't need to be here, do I? Mechanic, I don't think so. Ms. Geddes, no. The court, all right. So, make whatever arrangements you want to make. Well, I guess we have to make a finding, though, that she either recognizes it or she doesn't. Let's bring her in and you can ask her those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1188. Questions. Pause. Witness enters and resumes the stand. The court, all right, Mr. Scholar, can you just let us know what piece of evidence you are showing the witness? Mr. Scholar, yes, Judge. We had marked these as defendants Exhibit H and I. The court, H and I? Mr. Scholar, yes, Judge. I'm sorry. The court, that's all right. Mr. Scholar, H and I. The court, and I think Mr. Scholar is going to show you just on your. Does the witness have a monitor? Yes. Mr. Scholar, if it's okay, I can just bring the laptop over. The court, okay, that's fine too. Ms. Geddes, I just want to make clear that there are no names mentioned in the clip that you are going to play. The court, she is just going to watch it. Ms. Geddes, but if it's going to be broadcast. The court, I don't think it is going to be broadcast. Mr. Scholar, I have headphones as well. The court, maybe we will turn the microphone off. The witness, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1189. The court, this is simply to have the witness, as I understand it, look at it and see. Well, I don't remember what the question was, but so if you want to show it to her, that's fine. Ms. Geddes, okay. Just to be clear, so the witness understands too, that this is not being broadcast outside of this room right here? The court, no. Did you turn off the microphone? The witness, yes, ma'am, I did. The court, okay. Mr. Scholar, I can go ahead, Judge? The court, yes, go right ahead. Video played for witness only. Mechanic, may I, Your Honor? The court, oh yes. Turn on your microphone, if you don't mind. Examination continues by Mechanic. Hugh, you recognize your voice in that audio? Yes, sir, I do. Hugh, do you recognize the conversation? I do. The court, all right. So now can we take our break? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1190. Am I needing to rule on something? MS Geddes, I honestly can't remember what the initial question was. Americanic, I think the government was fine with it, they just wanted to make sure that she would be able to recognize it. The court, okay. All right, so is this something you are moving into evidence? Americanic, yes. The court, all right, I couldn't hear it, but I am assuming you all know what it is, so MS Geddes, Your Honor, I am just not sure why this is admissible into evidence. It may be if there's a prior inconsistent statement, but I'm not sure that there is a prior inconsistent statement, because I don't recall what the specific question is that led to Mr. Kannick asking about this recording. The court, let me just go back. Pause. The court, okay, sorry, what piece of evidence is this P? Q? Pause. Americanic, yes, but, Your Honor, if you could excuse the witness, then maybe I could explain it. The court, okay. Okay, let's take the witness out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Kannick. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1191. Witness steps down and exits the courtroom. Americanic, Your Honor, before we got here and we skipped because the court, yes. Americanic, before we got here I'd asked the witness about the frequency in contacts with her parents and whether or not she, of her own volition, chose not to reach her parents during that particular segment. And throughout her direct testimony she was saying that it was my client who prevented her. And in this tape it's clearly showing the inconsistency because she's, basically, saying that no one stopped me, I did it myself. The court, okay. Well, I didn't hear that, I'm sorry, but you don't have any objection to that, do you? MS Geddes, I would just like him to ask the direct question, and then if she says something inconsistent, then you can introduce it. Americanic, I think she's been saying it all the while. The court, well, I think the gravamen of her testimony on direct was, and I think even on cross, was that she was kept from seeing her family. This is the opposite, it sounds like to me. Americanic, it is. The court, and so, I just think that the question 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Kannick. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1192. Then as well, I think it is certainly an inconsistent statement. I think you still have to do the did you have an opportunity to hear that and ask her you know how to do this part. Americanic, foundational questions, yes. The court, this is intro cross. MS Geddes, right, but can we have her and give her an opportunity to explain the statement? We don't have copies of any of the defendant's exhibits the court, why not? MS Geddes, and it's going to be difficult for me to even redirect on it, because I don't have copies of it. The court, all right. Americanic, Your Honor the court, hold on a second. Well, if you are introducing it into evidence, I mean I don't think he has to show you his entire cross beforehand, but it probably would be Americanic, Your Honor, this is on all over YouTube. And I am confident, I am absolutely confident the government is keenly familiar with this because it's just there and I'm sure they have seen everything that she's put out. The court, I do think you said that you had seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Kannick. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1193. It. Americanic, yes. MS Geddes, I actually am not sure I have heard that particular clip, but what I would like are copies of that so that I have the actual recordings that are introduced into evidence and copies of any other documents that are going to be introduced into evidence. I am not asking for their entire cross, just the exhibits that they're planning to admit. The same way that we, obviously, provided all of our exhibits. The court, I think that is a reasonable request. Mechanic, voila. The court, let's take a break, okay? Mechanic, I need one. The court, okay. So, just so we're clear and so we sew this one up, it's admissible as a prior inconsistent statement. I think everybody agrees about that. You want to be able to ask her about the context, you can do it on redirect, which doesn't seem like we are going to get to today. Is that right, Mr. Kannick? Mechanic, I think that's about right, Your Honor. The court, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Kannick. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1194. Mechanic, but there's a possibility. Defendant exits the courtroom. Judge ANNM. Donnelly exited the courtroom. Recess taken. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. CMH OCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1195. In open court, outside the presence of the jury. The court, everybody can have a seat. All right. Shall we get the witness? Ms. Geddes, may I ask one thing? The court, let's wait for the defendant. Defendant present. The court, you wanted to raise something. Ms. Geddes, under Rule 613(b), before the defendant is permitted to offer evidence of a prior inconsistent statement, it states that the witness must be given an opportunity to explain or deny the statement, and the adverse party is given an opportunity to examine the witness. So the government asks that before the statement is admitted, that the witness be able to explain or deny the statement. The court, well, I don't know that that has to happen on cross-examination. You mean before? Ms. Geddes, it says prior to its admission into evidence. It's Rule 613(b). The court, it's admissible only if the witness is given an opportunity to explain or deny the statement and an adverse party is given an opportunity to examine the witness. About it. I don't know that I mean, maybe I'm revealing my ignorance, but I don't know that the defendant has to do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. CMH OCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1196. On cross. I just think she just has to be given an opportunity to explain it, which I'm going to give you. Am I wrong about that? I mean, I've been at this a little while, but I don't. Maybe I just have forgotten, but I think if there's an inconsistency which counsel has identified which, to me, sounds like an inconsistency, he's shown, out of the presence of the jury, has shown her or had her listen to whatever the statement is, and then it is and she just needs to be given an opportunity to explain it. Ms. Geddes, right. The court, I'm not sure that he has to give her that opportunity. Ms. Geddes, but he is going to admit he's admitting the evidence now. The court, well, I'm not going to admit it until the end. Isn't this how it works? Ms. Geddes, I thought he was going to play it now. Mechanic, yes. The court, I'm having a senior moment. I don't think it's not in evidence. He's confronting her with it, which this one just happens to be unusual because it's a tape-recorded statement that the jury will hear, but if he confronts her with another inconsistent statement, the statement comes in, it sort of doesn't matter, because the jury is not going to hear it until you've 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR 1197. Had the opportunity to do all of those things. MS Geddes, if that's the case, then there's not a problem, but my understanding is that he was going to play it now. If that's not the case, Mr. Kanik, that was my intention, Your Honor. The court, but it's still not in evidence. I mean, it's just like anything else. It's like this has been happening basically with everything that counsel has shown her. He's shown her a statement. He said, "Isn't it true that you said X?" Now, what you could do, I think maybe what you're asking me to do is say, "Isn't it true that you said X at a prior occasion without playing it?" And maybe that's the way to do it. MS Geddes, but I really just want her to be given an opportunity before it's played for the jury and the court. I think this is a lot of Mr. Kanik. I'm trying to unplug the court, drama over nothing, quite frankly. I think perhaps the way to do it is to ask her, you know, at the break, you were played, isn't it true that you said X without playing the thing? I mean, it is true when you're doing prior inconsistent statements, you don't read the whole thing into evidence. I think the difficulty that everybody is having is just the form that it's taking. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR 1198. Mr. Kanik, right, and because it's on audio, but everything that she said in this tape, she was confronted with through cross-examination. The court, I can't hear you. I'm so sorry. I'm not doing that to torture you. I really can't hear you. Mr. Kanik, no lunch. Everything that she said during the audio, she was confronted on cross-examination about that she gave a prior inconsistent statement, and she even gave, it doesn't matter she gave prior, she gave inconsistent statement with that on her direct exam as well, but we confronted her about it on cross-examination, and now we want to show the jury a prior inconsistent statement. The court, but I don't think she's been asked about the statement yet. You just played it for her now. Mr. Kanik, but she was asked about the court. Let's do this because I think we're taking up too much time with this. Let's start asking her, and I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage just because I didn't hear what it was. Ask her the classic, did you have an opportunity to listen to whatever H and I? Mr. Kanik, okay. The court, isn't it true that you said X? Mr. Kanik, I have to find my notes of it. I know what you want. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR 1199. The court, yes, just do it the regular old way, and then you don't play it. If it's an inconsistency, and she denies it, then it comes into evidence, I think, once you've had a chance to explain it. Mr. Kanik, okay. MS Geddes, okay. The court, I feel like I'm in evidence class again. MS Geddes, are we ready to bring the court? Let's start getting the jury well, let's wait until she gets in here. Witness resumes the stand. The court, let's get the jury, please. So just to be clear, we're talking about extrinsic evidence, that's what the rule applies. So that's whether I actually admit it into evidence. He can still cross-examination her about it as impeachment. Mr. Kanik, right. The court, I feel somewhat better. Jury enters. The court, all right, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for the delay. That one's on me. We were trying to resolve an issue here, but I think it moved things along a little bit. All right. Mr. Kanik, go ahead. Mr. Kanik, yes. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 Jane Cross Kanik. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR 1200. By a mechanic. Continuing, Hugh, now, you testified earlier on direct examination that you were on the Gayle King show. Pardon me? Hugh, you testified earlier on direct examination that you were on the Gayle King show, the documentary? The court, Gayle King, he's saying. Yes. Hugh, and on that show, you stated that your parents told you to lie, am I correct? I did, yes. Hugh, and at that time that you gave that interview, you said Robert was in the apartment? It was a hotel, yes. Hugh, and his lawyer was there as well, am I correct? I don't recall. Hugh, you don't recall Mr. Greenberg being there? No. Hugh, do you recall his manager being there? No, I believe he had his spokesperson. Hugh, do you recall that person's name? No, but he did have dreads. The court, I didn't hear you. The witness, he had dreads, like, indicating. Hugh, I want to go back to when you and Robert would go out. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR 1201. And all of the girlfriends, he would open a door for you? Yes. Hugh, he would, you and the others would not even move until he got around to the other side of the car to open a door for everyone, am I correct? What do you mean? What vehicle are you referring to? Hugh, any vehicle. He would open a door if he was in the vehicle with you? Yes. Hugh, okay. And when you came into the room, when women came into the room, he would stand. He was what? Hugh, he would stand up when women came into the room? He would? Hugh, he would stand up when women came into the room? Can you rephrase the question? I don't understand what you're asking. Hugh, okay. I'm going to show you what's in evidence as Defense Exhibit O. You wrote that you told us earlier? Yes. Hugh, could you read the highlighted portion, the portion highlighted in yellow? Both sections, or just the first? Hugh, the first section. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR 1202. Okay. My mother drove me to R.Kelly show in Jacksonville. At 10 or 11 p.m., 4 hours from our current location, knowing we wouldn't arrive until about 2 or 3 a.m. well after the show was over at the age of 17. Hugh, I'm going to ask you to look at what's been admitted no evidence as Defense Exhibit P, and ask you to read from the highlighted portion from the top all the way down. M.S. Geddes, I don't think P is in evidence yet. QP is something you wrote? Yes, sir, it is. A mechanic, Your Honor, I'm offering. The court, any objection? M.S. Geddes, no, Your Honor. The court, okay. That's in evidence. Defense Exhibit P so marked. Hugh, can you read from where the yellow highlight begins? She also be sending him pictures of me in crop tops and tight clothes pretending to be me. I had no idea she had already been texting him acting like me, but once I found out, I continued to just go along so they wouldn't be upset with me. My parents told me to tell him I sing and dance, so I sent him a video of me doing both. They told me what to wear, which ended up being a crop top and tights. They watched me as I made the video and said nothing about it. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR 1203. I first met R.Kelly. The first time I met R.Kelly, I told my parents where I was, the hotel I'd be in, and once I got there, after about 30 minutes, they planned to call the police. The police asked me my age. I told them I was 18. They checked my ID and saw nothing. Q. Okay. Could you read the last paragraph a little slower, please? A. Yes. The first time I met R.Kelly, I told my parents where I was, the hotel I'd be in, and once I got there, after about 30 minutes, they planned to call the police. The police asked me my age. I told them I was 18. They checked my ID and saw nothing. Q. Now, I'm going to show you what's been marked as defense Q for identification. Do you recognize it? A. 1 second. Pause. A. Yes, I do. Q. That's something you prepared, am I correct? A. Correct. Q. There's some handwritten notes on the side of it, am I correct? A. Yes. Q. You wrote those, am I correct? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1204. A. 1 second. Pause. A. Yes, I did. A. Mechanic, I'm offering it, Your Honor, defense exhibit. The court, any objection? MS Geddes, may I see? A. Mechanic, I'm going to change the marking on this, Your Honor, to R. The court, R? Okay. MS Geddes, so you are going to remark this as R? A. Mechanic, yes. MS Geddes, no objection. The court, okay. Defense exhibit are so marked. Q. I want you to slowly read well. I'll, first, ask a few questions. A. Okay. Q. That's a letter you wrote to whom? A. I wrote this to the defendant. Q. Could you speak a little bit louder, please? A. To the defendant. Q. And you wrote this letter to him after you had separated from him as you explained this morning, am I correct? A. Yes. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1205. Q. And what is it that you call him at the beginning of this salutation at the beginning? A. Hey, bear. Q. And could you read it for us? A. The entire thing, or what's just highlighted? Q. Read the entire thing. Read it slowly. A. Okay. Hey, bear, so because of the circumstances that we're under, it's hard for me to do anything without talking about you yet still supporting you. I know you personally don't want to speak about our private life, and neither do I. So because of that, I would have to support you privately and not publicly, but right now, I am still attached to you, but in order for me to have my own name, image, brand and businesses, I would just have to be just me, not Jane, the girlfriend. Luckily MS Geddes, judge the court, all right. Go ahead. A. Mechanic, may I approach the witness? The court, yes. Pause. A. Mechanic, she can continue, Your Honor? The court, yes. Luckily, we talked about this act the last visitation. Nothing changes. You have your reasoning and I have my. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1206. Reasonings. We left on a good note as friends who support one another, and will always love, and I will always love and support you, Bear. And you know me. I'm going to still check people from time to time, because I still love you, but for the most part, I just wanted to let you know because I know things don't always go the way we plan it. I love you and I wish I was in Chicago, but it's going to stay this way until you give everyone a clear understanding in our household or not. I would have thought after your first visitation, that would have been the first thing you fix, but apparently not, which is also fine, but just know I am always here. I have no bad feelings, Bear. At the end of the day, you know my word, and more importantly, I know my word, and I just don't want to be in an environment where there is no clear understanding something you have the power to fix. I can only tell you I can't force you to do anything. And vice versa, but I will definitely continue to write you. And send you pictures, Bear. I love you so much, and just know everything from this point out is all politics. No matter what, I will always be respectful of myself and you will never, ever see me doing anything to hurt you, Bear. I just want to make you proud, and I want to make you happy for me more than anything. Me and Boogie miss you so much, and I wish I could see you at visitation. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1207. Q. Now, this letter was written by you to Mr. Kelly months after you had separated from him, am I correct? And not months after, no, that is not accurate. Q. When was it written? A. It had to have been immediately after I left him. Q. And you said you left in October of 2019? A. Yes. Q. And when you said immediately, you're talking the next day? A. No, meaning that it would have happened within those months, because by January, I had no more communication with him. Q. Now, before October of 19, there was a separation between the two of you, am I correct? A. That is correct. The court, I'm sorry. The jurors are indicating they can't hear you. I'm sorry, Mr. Can Nick. Mechanic, I'll move it closer. The court, I don't think it's on. Mechanic, it's on. I think it's the battery. The court, let's see if we can get it fixed. Pause. Q. You now you testified that you don't have a recollection as to the date that you sent that letter? Yeah, I don't. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1208. Q. I'm going to show you something to see if it refreshes your recollection. Do you see the date on that document? A. I do. Q. Does that refresh your recollection as to the date you sent this letter to Mr. Kelly? A. I don't recall sending that from that location. Q. This is your handwriting? A. Yes, that is my handwriting, correct. Q. And that handwriting is on the envelope, am I correct? A. Yes, sir. Q. Now, that's an envelope addressed to Mr. Kelly? A. Yes, sir. Q. And the date on that envelope is December 2nd, 2019? A. Yes, sir. Mechanic, Your Honor, may I approach and see if the witness has Q? The court, yes. Q. Do you have any documents here? A. No. Continued on next page. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1209. Mechanic, Your Honor, I think this was previously marked, but if not, defense Q for identification. The court, okay. Cross-examination, continued, by M.R. Canick. Q. Could you look at Q and see for identification and see if you recognize it? The front portion, please. A.O. Sorry. Yes, I do. Q. Is that something that you prepared? A. Yes, sir, it is. Mechanic, I offer this defense Q. The court, any objection? M.S. Geddes, no, Your Honor. The court, okay, that's in evidence. Defense Exhibit Q was received in evidence. By a mechanic. Q. Could you read it to the jury slowly, please, and loud? Where would you like me to stop? Q. Stop at the end of the first page. A bear you remember Bambi? Q. You have to read it louder, please. A bear you remember Bambi. Oh Bambi, I won't lie. If I weren't in this spider web of mine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1210. If grandfather never had 7 wives. Then darling you would be the love of my life. Oh Bambi, it's my design. To run the jungle I must be a lion. Or be a cheetah, but neither is fine. Don't wanna hurt my dear love of my life. Bambi, Bambi. My dear, my dear, my dear. Bambi, Bambi. My dear, my dear. My dear, I want you here. Bambi, don't get too near, for there's lions, beware. We used to love that song. I just keep thinking of all of our memories, when you first recorded me devouring McDonald's LOL. And when we first met, and when we first went to the big house, and I said I wanna be where you want to be, and how I used to happily wait for you to come home from meetings. When you used to buy like $500 worth of Red Lobster laid out all over the piano room. I remember you played the piano, and it was just me and you, when we carved our initials into that table, and when you used to stop for me and call. Q. Read the other side. You call me on FaceTime. I wish things could have stayed exactly like that. But it's okay, Papa Bear, everything happens for a reason, and I know we will get out of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1211. I no leave you Jamais Jamais, Jamais Jamais. Can't wait for us to listen to Caribbean music again, and I'm going to learn that boxing dance you do. Q. Stop there. When did you send this to Mr. Kelly? A. I don't recall when. Q. This was after the separation between the two of you, am I correct? A. I believe that these were when I was with the defendant. Q. Beg your pardon? A. I believe that was written when I was with the defendant. Q. Okay. Where were you at the time when you wrote that? A. I believe Trump Towers. Q. And he was not there, am I correct? A. No, he was not. Q. Okay. And this was you were asked earlier this morning by the government about viewing the Lifetime documentary. Remember the government asking you that? A. Correct, yes. Q. And this was written after the Lifetime documentary, am I correct? A. I don't believe that is accurate. Q. Do you know what year the Lifetime documentary was written? Was shown? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1212. No, I'm sorry, I didn't keep up with it. Q. Okay, but you can say categorically that that was written before the Lifetime document? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, overruled. I think your jacket might be obscuring your microphone. All right. And it's just harder to hear you. That's all. Mechanic, I'm sorry, could I have that last question and answer? Whereupon, the record was read. Q. Documentary. Which one are you referring to, because there was a few. Q. You said which one? The court, I wonder if it's better to just direct her to a date, Mr. Canick. The witness, yes. By M. Canick. Q. You mentioned this morning on direct examination that you were asked specifically about a Lifetime documentary. Do you remember that? Yes, sir, I do. Q. And I'm asking you, did you write that letter before or? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross-Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1213. After the Lifetime documentary? I don't recall when the Lifetime documentary came out. There were multiple. Hugh multiple on Lifetime? Yes. Hugh okay. Now the letter that you read just a short while ago, that letter was written, you said, after October 2019, am I correct? I said that? MS Geddes, are you referring to? Americanic, is it Q? MS Geddes, Defense Q? Americanic, no, not Q, R, by Americanic, Q I showed you an envelope. Right. Q and this was a letter from the envelope, am I correct? Correct. Q and that envelope had December 2nd, 2019, on the back, am I correct? Yes. Q and it's your testimony to us that you don't recall when the documentary What Is It, Surviving R.Kelly. The defendant was still at Trump Towers when that was released. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross-Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1214. Hugh and my question now those letters were written when he was no longer there. Hugh there's no question before you right now. Now, going back to during the break you listened to an audio recording. Remember that? Yes, sir. Hugh and in that audio recording, you spoke about communication with your family, am I correct? Yes, I did. Hugh and, in fact, you said that. I understand and I respect that completely, but I feel like for me where it was so hard for me and why I continued to not have communication with my family is because this Lifetime documentary stuff just happened within the last 2 years. And then I've known I knew where these last 2 years I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get within the last I'm going to start again, Your Honor. I continued to not have communication with my family is because this Lifetime documentary stuff just happened within the last 2 years. And then I've known these last 2 years you hear, oh my God, this is happening. Oh my God, that is happening. I just feel like now how can you be so oblivious to the years that I was okay, and just now, oh my God, I need to know where my daughter is at. She's this. She's that. I need to make sure she's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross-Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1215. I've been okay for 3 years prior. That's where I drew my line because at that point, I was an adult. At that point, I felt like I was okay, so believe I was okay, so to believe something like that so extreme, so bizarre, so outrageous, I just couldn't even fathom my parents believing something as bizarre as that. I really couldn't. That's what was said by you in that audio. Yes, sir. Hugh and this audio was made when? I believe that audio I actually don't recall when that audio was made, sorry. Hugh, do you have an approximate as to when that audio was made? It could have been anywhere from October to January. Hugh, of what year? October of 2019 to January of 2020. Hugh, and you were speaking with your father in that, correct? Yes. Hugh, and then you go on to say, things didn't go right. My communication slowed down because at that point I was an adult. You said further, I would call you guys 4, 5 times 4 or 5 months at a time, and when I would call you guys would be yelling. You guys would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross-Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1216. Cursing me out. Mommy would be yelling at the top of her lungs, and so would I do. I would say I'm going to give you about 4 to 5 months, and hopefully you just miss me so much that you just want to talk to me and open your arms. And eventually it got there. Further said, that you're not checking in every day. Oh, what was that last thing? I'm sorry. Q, you said, so let me ask you this, before graduation, I was not even checking in every day. Then you go on to say, now maybe like once a week, every 2 weeks or so, I would call y'all. You go on to say, Robert would ask me to call you guys. And no matter what city we were in, he would say, is this your father's number? Or is this your mother's number? And it would say, call me, and I would say that is my father's number. He was like, you need to call him. And I would say, I'm not going to call him. Because at this point the only thing I get is bickering every time I pick up the phone. So, if I can avoid it, if I can enjoy myself in this nice little penthouse while we're in New York for the weekend, I'm going to enjoy my weekend. It was very suffocating because I was an adult, and at the end of the day, period, I am not obligated to answer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross-Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1217. Anyone going to know that you are my father? But I'm not obligated. Then you go on to say, anyone who thinks that I'm brainwashed and not know a smart, I'll try again. Anyone who thinks that I'm brainwashed and not know smart enough to make my own decisions, I just feel like that determines how, their mentality. Rob, our conversation that I had with him in Chicago, he inspired me and told me, Bear, just do what you want. Do what makes you happy. He told me to continue to pursue my dreams, pursue whatever I wanted to pursue. And that's really all I want to do. When you were mentioning Bear there, you were mentioning Mr. Kelly, am I correct? Yes. Q, and that's what you said that he told you at the last conversation you had? MS Geddes, objection. The court, I didn't hear the last part. Q, that's what you said, and he told you at the last conversation you had with him? The court, is that true? The objection is overruled. Oh, what do you mean by that last question? Q, you testified you said here, in your conversation to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross-Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1218. Your dad, that was the last thing that Robert said to you when you guys spoke in Chicago the last time. That was not true. Q, so that wasn't true, you told a lie? Yes. Q, Robert wasn't around then, am I correct? He was not, no. Q, and you posted this on social media? I did not, no. Q, do you know who posted on social media? Yes. Q, okay. But the defendant Robert was with you and your dad when you made this tape? Yes. Q, this was a tape that you and your dad made, am I correct? No, this is not. Q, you and your dad participated in it? Yes. Q, and you had a back and forth exchange, am I correct? It was an interview, yes. Q, and you said, all women that have been associated with Robert, I feel like, this is me personally, once they saw him as a celebrity, not as a human being. They 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1219. Didn't not meet him at church. They were infatuated with him, with that celebrity, and because of that, I feel like a lot of them just baited him because of that. Because of who he was. Because of the life that he had. Because of the life that he could provide. And a lot of them talk about how badly they were treated. But they don't talk about the shopping sprees, the hair, the nail salon. And the great times that you had at dinner, and you were spending money and splurging. You were as happy because one thing, Robert, he's very giving. He has a very giving heart, and there's no way whatsoever that he has a reason to keep you kidnapped, or tie you up or hold you against your will. That's what you said in that interview, right? I did say that. Q okay. Now you also wrote a letter to your father. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit S for identification. May I speak with the government? The court, sure. Pause in the proceedings. Americanic, Your Honor, for the record, defense. Exhibit Defense S for identification. There are multiple letters in a pack. The court, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1220. By Americanic. Hugh, can you look through those, please? Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Canick. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1221. Continuing. The witness, excuse me, you said all of these were to my father? Americanic, just read through them and see if you recognize them. The witness, okay. Pause. MS Geddes, Your Honor, can we have a moment at sidebar while the witness is reading? The court, sure. Sidebar held outside the hearing of the jury. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1222. The following sidebar took place outside the hearing of the jury. The court, first of all, we've got to help you out with your microphone. I am not trying to throw you off your game or anything, but the thing is the court reporter can't hear you when it goes off and I can't always hear you. And so, I'll talk to Donna to see if we can get something that works a little better. Americanic, okay. The court, but I know it's annoying to constantly be told we can't hear you, and I am not trying to do that. Americanic, I know, Judge. The court, so this is a text message from the witness, and to whom is it written? Americanic, I have to find out from her. We just found it. MS Geddes, I think that it is a post, potentially written by her. It may well have been written by her. My only objection is I don't think she ever testified that she was held against her will. Wrong person. You need to stop. And by introducing it, it suggests that this is like some big gotcha moment. She just never said she was held against her will. The court, it is clearly relevant. The only thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1223. I am concerned about as I really don't want her. Can we R.Kelly get her name out? The court, take the name out? Yes. R.Kelly, right. Ms. Geddes, but if defense counsel said, you weren't held against your will. She would say, no, I wasn't held against my will. R.Kelly, no, but I the court, okay, but the tenor of that R.Kelly, yes. The court, the tenor of the case is that, I am assuming the theory of the government's case is that she did not feel free to leave, whether it's psychological control, or I am assuming your expert is going to talk about the features of young people in these situations, and I am assuming your expert could explain what this is, but he is entitled to put it in. But can we please, I really would like, can you cover that? R.Kelly, yes. I won't even introduce it today, because I am about to ask you for a favor. I am worn out. The court, I know, that's fine. Sidebar concluded. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR 1224. In open court, jury present. The court, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another little issue that we have to resolve, and I think, given the time, it probably makes sense for us to break today. We are still on a good path, don't be concerned. So, we will stop for the day. Please don't talk about this case at all. Don't read anything that might be reported on it, or watch anything, or look on social media, or look up the case at all. But do have a good and restful night, and I will see you tomorrow at the same time. All right, have a great night. The courtroom deputy, all rise. Jury exits. R.Kelly, may I get the document back? The court, sure. R.Kelly, thanks. The court, and you can take the witness. We'll see you tomorrow. Witness steps down and exits the courtroom. The court, all right, I think you are going to make those adjustments to that exhibit. R.Kelly, yes. The court, and then, as I ask everyone every night. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR 1225. Do you have a feeling of how much longer you might be? R.Kelly, I am hopeful that we'll finish with this witness right near the break point. The court, okay. And then I know you'll have some redirect. Just a general reminder, Judge Donnelly's trial advocacy class, we don't have to go over all the points that were made on direct examination, but I am just throwing that out there as a general tip. R.Kelly, okay. The court, but I assume you will have some, certainly. Ms. Geddes, yes. The court, which is fine. And then, do you have a sense of whether you have longer witnesses tomorrow, or shorter witnesses? Ms. Geddes, we definitely have shorter witnesses than the one that's currently on the stand. The court, okay. Ms. Geddes, we will take a look at our schedule and determine who it makes sense to call tomorrow. The court, okay. Also, and I think I said this before, just to the extent, and I really don't like to put people on the spot about this, but just to the extent that there's no dispute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR 1226. About certain pieces of physical evidence, if there are things that you can agree on before so we can move things along a little more quickly, I think that's to everybody's benefit. I understand that you may have other things on your mind than sitting down and figuring out what evidence you agree on, but if you can do that, that would probably speed things up a little bit. Anything else that we have to talk about today? MS Geddes, Your Honor, if we might, could we just have a brief sidebar to address an unrelated issue to today's witness? The court, yes. Sidebar held outside the hearing of the jury. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. SAM OCR RMR CRR RPR 1227. The following sidebar took place outside the hearing of the jury. MS Geddes, the government, as I've indicated to counsel and to the court, intends to call a witness from the Loggins law firm where the court, right. MS Geddes, Ms. Pace initially provided that cell phone and the T-shirt to further establish the chain of custody. The two witnesses who are available to do that are insisting that they cannot travel to New York because of the pandemic. I am prepared the court. Doesn't one of them have like a 100-year-old mother? I don't know where I read that. MS Geddes, oh yes, you saw that email that was sent to me. The court, yes. MS Geddes, yes. So, to the extent that counsel my understanding from, at least initially, from defense counsel is that they were not going to agree to allow this particular witness to testify by video, and we are prepared to seek other avenues. However, I do think that it would probably be easier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. SAM OCR RMR CRR RPR 1228. To simply have her testify by video. The reason why we need to address it now is that it's my understanding that she is traveling internationally on the 28th, and I don't want to lose her before she leaves. Americanic, Your Honor, could you give us another? I can't make a decision. If you give me an opportunity, maybe we can. If the marshals hold him for about 5 or 10 minutes, we can have some discussions to see whether or not we can MS Geddes, because if not, I am going to prepare. I have prepared a material witness warrant, which I am going to ask Your Honor to sign because I have to do it before the 28th. The court, I guess it's too late to do a Rule 15. MS Geddes, I think realistically I think, honestly, it would be better just to have her testify by video. The court, video. Americanic, of course. MS Geddes, and it's effectively the same thing. The court, I mean just in terms of, you'll have your conversation. Do you want me to ask them to hold him? Americanic, yes, please. Discussion off the record. Sidebar concluded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. SAM OCR RMR CRR RPR 1229. In open court, jury not present. The court, all right, we have just been having really scheduling questions. You know, I know that there are some witnesses who may be traveling here from other places. Since we have the Delta variant and the situation in New York has become more difficult, I know there is some concern about witnesses that might have to travel. Having done this a few times by video, it is actually somewhat more efficient. And if the parties can agree on witnesses who may not be the key to the case, let's say, that having them testify by video, I think that's really to everybody's benefit. I know there is one witness who is reluctant to fly in from Florida, which I think we all agree is quite a hot spot, and that person has obligations to an elderly person that make the person unwilling to travel. I am going to encourage the parties to try to agree upon that. I don't think there is any benefit to forcing the person to come up here. I don't know what the person's vaccination status is, and I really am reluctant to subject the people in the courtroom and the jurors to somebody who is coming from a hotspot, and we don't know what their vaccination status is. Like I said, I don't think this is the key to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. SAM OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1230. Case. I think this is a tangential witness. It's possibly a witness that you could stipulate to. And so, I am going to just suggest that you do that. How many witnesses are we talking about that are in this position of MS Geddes? There are 2 witnesses who are in this position. There are a few additional witnesses whose testimony will be very, very short, and it will be great if we could either reach a stipulation or allow them to testify by video, just to save everybody the trouble of having to fly to New York for 7 minutes of testimony. The court, well, and I don't know what the witnesses are testifying about. I think everybody should be mindful of the fact that we've got jurors here that are giving up, as jurors do in every case, but if there is a way to not, I don't know who the witness is, but if it's somebody who is going to testify about business records or something, that is a waste of time. That is something that you should really be able to stipulate. I can't force you to stipulate to it, but I don't think it's in anybody's interest to have a bunch of boring witnesses come on that you are really not disputing. So I am going to direct the parties to make their best efforts to come to some kind of an accommodation, either 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. SAM OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1231. By stipulation or by video. And we are in a little bit of uncharted territory here in terms of what the court can order under these, with the pandemic like this, but I really don't see why you wouldn't agree to that. I don't know why you would want to bring somebody in here from a hotspot, who we don't know what their vaccination status is and all of that. So, does anybody else need to be heard on this? MS Geddes, the government does not. The court, okay. This happens in trials all the time, and you seem to have been getting along pretty well, and it just seems to be a reasonable accommodation. So, I think that's all. Americanic, Your Honor, I would just ask if we be given an opportunity that the marshals accommodate us, that we be given 5 minutes that we can start discussions. The court, yes, I think they've agreed graciously to do that. I do want to thank the marshals for their help and hard work during the course of this trial. All right, so yes, and so thanks for doing that. And yes, you can certainly do that. Anything else? Americanic, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. SAM OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1232. The court, okay, thank you so much. Judge ANNM, Donnelly exited the courtroom. Defendant exited the courtroom. Matter adjourned to August 25, 2021 at 9:30 a.m. 0000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. CMH OCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1233. INDEX witnesses. Jane direct examination, Conted, BYMS Geddes 1024 dire examination by MR Canic 1029 direct examination, Conted, BYMS Geddes 1031 cross examination by MR Canic 1073. Exhibits. Government Exhibit 49 1031 Government Exhibit 50 1032 Government Exhibit 50 1032 Government Exhibit 68 1035 Government Exhibits 457 through 460 1052. Defense Exhibit N 1098 Defense Exhibit O 1178 Defense Exhibit P 1202 Defense Exhibit R 1204 Defense Exhibit Q 1209. Asterisk, 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 asterisk.